but as the format comes into focus, I'll be doing videos where I discuss how things have panned out. Also, I want to let you know that there are some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. You get access to my ongoing set notes during preview season, and you'll also get a spreadsheet with all of my grades once the set review is complete. If those perks interest you, check out the description where you can find out how to support the channel using one of those methods. Alright, without further ado, let's dive in with a look at the multicolored and colorless cards in Final Fantasy. So let's get started with the colorless non-artifacts. That means we're beginning with Anti-Causal Vestige, which for 6 generic mana is a 7/5 rare Eldrazi, and when it leaves the battlefield you draw a card, then you may put a permanent card with mana value less than or equal to the number of lands you control from your hand onto the battlefield tapped, and it has Warp for 4 generic. This is a new mechanic in the set, and it means you can cast this for that cost, but if you cast it that way, you exile it at the beginning of the next instep, but then you can cast it from exile on a later turn. So basically you can choose to pay 4 generic here to get this down briefly, which will give you the leave the battlefield trigger when it leaves the battlefield because of Warp. It also works with a couple of other mechanics in the set like Station and Void, which we'll see later on in this video. But the big deal here is that you can cast this for 4 generic, get this trigger, and then later play it again, get your 6 mana 7/5, and then when it dies, you're going to get the trigger again. So warping this won't always let you do something super meaningful other than draw a card in limited, but it will sometimes, especially when you warp it for 4. This looks really good to me overall, so a lot of the time you don't have a card in your hand to put into play with this kind of effect, but because this also draws you a card, it increases the chances of that happening, and if you really do warp this on turn 4, there's a pretty good chance you end up getting to draw a card and put a creature of some kind on the battlefield. It's a little less likely that you'll actually take advantage of the trigger when you cast it later, but if the card you draw with the trigger happens to be a creature, or something else meaningful, you can put it directly on the battlefield. And it does this with lands too, that's just not particularly exciting overall, especially on turn 6. But yeah, we have potential here for 3-for-1 value, because when things go right, you're going to get the trigger twice, and you get a 6 mana 7/5 body that your opponent can't really ignore. So this looks like a bomb to me, I'm giving it an A. Next up, it's Tezzeret Cruel Captain, which for 3 generic is a legendary Planeswalker Tezzeret at Mythic Rare, starts with 4 loyalty, and whenever an artifact you control enters, you put a loyalty counter on Tezzeret. He's got a 0 that untaps target artifact or creature. If it's an artifact creature, put a +1/+1 counter on it. He's got a -3 that says search your library for an artifact card with mana value 1 or less, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. And he has a -7 that gives you an emblem with at the beginning of combat on your turn, put 3 +1/+1 counters on target artifact you control. If it's not a creature, it becomes a 0/0 robot artifact creature. Being able to raise his loyalty just by playing artifacts is nice, and it also means that his -3 kind of gives you back a loyalty since you grab an artifact. He's also really cheap and really easy to cast, but I do think he has some problems in limited, including the fact that he doesn't really have a removal mode, has only a kind of narrow way to protect himself by untapping something, and his -3 is highly restrictive. A lot of limited decks aren't going to have very many targets for it. This set definitely has artifacts, but overall, Tezzeret doesn't feel like a planeswalker that's going to go wild in limited. His effects are too small and not good at helping him stay around or impact the board in a super meaningful way. He definitely needs a build around grade because I think he just won't be good in your typical deck in the format. He'll be like a D. I mean, most decks in the format will have enough artifacts that he's not an F, but if you have like 10 or more artifacts, I could see him reaching the B- level. Next up, it's Alfariel, Dreaming Acolyte, which for 1 generic, a blue and a black, is a 2/3 legendary human cleric at uncommon. When it enters, you draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact card, and during your turn, it has Death Touch. So even without the artifact clause, I'm in on a 3 mana 2/3 that loots twice. That lets you dig deeper into your deck and see lots of cards while also loading the graveyard for value, which is what the blue-black deck wants to be doing in the format. And he's almost always going to be a relevant attacker too because of Death Touch. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Biomechan Engineer, which for a green and a blue is a 2/2 Insect Artificer at uncommon. When it enters, you create a Lander token. This is a new type of token in the set. It's an artifact with 2 generic tap, sacrifice. Search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. And you can pay 8 generic and draw 2 cards and create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. So I'm already really in on a 2 mana 2/2 that makes a Lander token when it enters. These Lander tokens are going to be pretty good When's the last time we saw an artifact token that didn't end up being a really great part of whatever limited format it was a part of? And this isn't going to be one that flops because it just does so much stuff. This format cares about artifacts. This format has landfall in it. This format has sacrifice decks. So it's going to overlap into synergy, in addition to the fact that just having one of these tokens, which generates mana, ramps your mana, and fixes your mana, that's already pretty good, but it's going to be even better because of some stuff going on in the set. So this helps you ramp and fix your mana while helping you with other synergies with that lander token. And then later in the game, you're going to have enough mana, at least in the extreme late game, thanks to landers and stuff, to use this activated ability, which activating once is often the kind of thing that can just win you a really long game of Magic. So this delivers a ton of value. I'm starting it at a B+, and like, I wouldn't be shocked if it's an A- level uncommon. Next up, it's Biotech Specialist, which for a red and a green is a 1/3 insect scientist at rare. When it enters, you create a lander token, and whenever you sacrifice an artifact, this creature deals 2 damage to target opponent. So another good 2-drop, 2 mana 1/3 that gives you a lander. And in this case, you get to use those landers to generate more than just value for your mana base and stuff, because every time you sacrifice one, you get to do 2 to your opponent. Works with other artifacts too, so this delivers a lot of value up front and has an effect that can grind out some wins, giving it a B+. Next up, it's Cosmogoyf, which for a red and a green is a rare elemental Lurgoyf, and its power is equal to the number of cards you own in exile, and its toughness is equal to that number +1. So the absolute ceiling here is a big vanilla creature, and you have to do some work to make it even reach that ceiling. But by the time you can play this and have it actually be big, it's not going to be that relevant because there will be other big creatures around. It's also an awkward non-bo with the warp mechanic because you ultimately end up casting your warp cards from exile, which will shrink Cosmogoyf. So this is going to be a really inefficient creature early, and then by the time it's big, if it ever gets big, it's not going to be that impressive. I think it's just an F. It's going to be a card that has a minimal impact on the game more often than not. Next up, it's Diadrine Synthesis Amalgam, which for an X, a green, and a white is a 0/0 legendary artifact creature construct at rare. It's got trample. It enters with a number of +1/+1 counters on it equal to the amount of mana spent to cast it. Whenever you attack, you may remove a +1/+1 counter from each of 2 creatures you control. If you do, draw a card and create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. So this is always going to be an efficient trampler. It can be a 2 mana 2/3 or a 3 mana 3/4 and so on, and it scales all game long. Its other ability doesn't allow it to do stuff with the trigger all on its own, since you need counters on 2 different creatures. But when you do have that, which looks doable in green-white, a color pair that's about +1/+1 counters in this format, removing some of those counters to straight up draw cards and get a body is going to feel really good. And it's an attack trigger, so you don't even have to risk Diadrine to get a chance at doing that. So this looks good to me overall. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Gene Morph Imago, which for a green and a blue is a 1/3 insect druid at rare. It's got flying. Whenever a land you control enters, target creature has base power and toughness 3/3 until end of turn. And if you control 6 or more lands, that creature has base power and toughness 6/6 until end of turn instead. So if nothing else, this can buff itself with landfall, meaning if you play this on 2 and then play a land drop on the next turn, which is highly likely, this is going to feel like a 2 mana 3/3 flyer, and that's pretty good. It's going to do a lot of damage in the early game, and because this landfall trigger gets better late, by the time you reach a point in the game where a 3/3 is no longer that exciting, you can just start making things into 6/6s. And oftentimes the Imago is going to be the best thing to buff because of its flying, but you can use it on other stuff too that might have other abilities that make it even better when you change its stats. So this looks really good to me, giving it a B+. Next up, it's Halia, Ascendant Cadet, which for 2 generic, a green, and 2 white is a 3/3 legendary human soldier at uncommon. When she enters or attacks, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. And whenever 1 or more creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on them deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. So a 5 mana 3/3, especially with 2 white pips in the cost, is pretty bad. But her enters or attacks trigger does result in you getting something out of her when she comes down, especially if you put the counter somewhere else, which I recommend in most cases, and she can keep on delivering value thereafter. Her combat damage trigger will be available for you the turn she comes down a decent chunk of the time too, since you can put that counter on something else. Like if you put it on a flyer or something else you know can get in, it's going to feel really good because you get to draw a card right away. So she has a pretty bad baseline, but she can snowball value pretty impressively. I'm giving her a B-. Next up, it's Infinite Guideline Station, which for 1 mana of each color is a 7/15 legendary artifact spacecraft at rare. So spacecraft is a new thing in this set, of course, and that means it comes with the station mechanic, which means you can tap another creature you control to put charge counters equal to its power on a spacecraft, and you station only as a sorcery. And then with all of them, once they get enough charge counters, they start doing something. In this case, you get something even before that, because when it enters, you create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token for each multicolored permanent you control. And when it gets to 12 or more charge counters, it's a 7/15 with flying. And when it attacks, you draw a card for each multicolored permanent you control. So most of the time, you're going to pay 1 mana of each color for a 2/2 token up front, and that sounds terrible. It does help you station this, and once you have it stationed, obviously it gets to be a lot stronger. It can win the game in the air and draw you cards. But this set has such a small multicolored theme that it's going to be tough to generate a lot of value with this, and it just being a big flyer is going to be how it feels most of the time. I do think a lot of people are underrating stationing to a certain extent. I think people are thinking like, how am I going to have time to tap my creatures? But there are lots of times in limited games where there are boards where attacking doesn't help you that much, and it's better to put charge counters on a creature like this. And I think these are going to become creatures more frequently than people expect. But this one does worry me in terms of its viability in limited, mana bases, even with lander tokens around, aren't going to be so good that it's easy to cast. And this set doesn't have a preponderance of multicolored cards. The only ones at uncommon are 1 signpost uncommon in each color pair. So there are 10 at lower rarities, in other words. So you're highly reliant on getting cards that are not going to be cards you see all the time for this to really go off. And I think you need to be getting at least 2 robots out of this to feel good about it. So just getting 1, which is going to be the usual outcome, just isn't going to do it. So yeah, between the difficult casting cost and then like the additional setup it requires to really be worth using, I think all of that just means it's an F in limited. Next up, it's Interceptor Mechan, which for 2 generic, a black, and a red is a 2/2 artifact creature robot at uncommon. It's got flying, and when it enters, you return target artifact or creature card from your graveyard to your hand, and it has Void, which means you get something else out of this. If a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, or a spell was warped this turn, in this case, you put a +1/+1 counter on this at your end step. 4 mana 2/2 flyers really don't fare well in limited. We've seen that set after set recently, but this one comes with an enters trigger, offsetting that usual problem. That problem being that they can die to multiple 1 mana removal spells in the format. In this case, you don't care too much if they do it because you got a card back. And while I think stationing is going to be easier than people think, I think triggering Void is going to be harder because this is a mechanic. We've seen a mechanic like it time and time again. Morbid and similar mechanics, Revolt, and they're all way harder to trigger in the window you need to trigger them than it seems. So I'm a little low on Void overall, but this card's already good without Void, and because it has Void, it can actually become a pretty relevant flying body. Like even if you just get 1 counter on this, which I think will be doable, even if it's not automatic, even just getting 1 counter on it though does make it quite good. I'm giving this a B-. Next up, it's Memenon Uthros Exile, which for 1 generic, a blue and a red, is a 1/3 legendary jellyfish advisor at uncommon. It's got flying, and whenever an artifact you control enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. So the baseline here is pretty rough as a 3 mana 1/3, but at least it has more than 2 toughness, and the fact that this counts artifacts entering means it includes basically all the tokens in the format. Lander tokens, drone tokens, robot tokens, and this set has lots of artifacts in general, so I imagine this is going to spit out tons of counters. You can put them on Memenon if that's best. It does have flying, so sometimes it will be. Even just getting 1 counter out of this will feel like you're getting a good deal, and you'll often be able to get a lot more. So I think this looks like a strong signpost uncommon. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Mutinous Massacre, which for 3 generic, 2 black, and 2 red is a rare sorcery. Choose odd or even. Destroy each creature with mana value of the chosen quality, then gain control of all creatures until end of turn, untap them, they gain haste until end of turn. This looks pretty insane to me. Whatever you choose, you end up killing some stuff and then gaining control of everything. That's just going to result in lethal damage most of the time, especially because you get to make the optimal choice when it comes to odd or even, and you're going to end up with several creatures and your opponent's not going to have any. And you can attack with all of them right away. This is a card that legitimately wins you the game out of nowhere, and unlike Wrath effects and stuff, which can have like a similar impact on the game, this is going to be good basically no matter what the board state is. The one downside we have here is that double black, double red isn't exactly easy to produce, but I think we're splitting hairs there. This card is just going to end games in the format, and I think it's an A. Next up, it's Pinnacle Emissary, which for one generic, a blue, and a red is a 3/3 artifact creature robot at rare. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, create a 1/1 colorless drone artifact creature token with flying, and this token can only block creatures with flying, and it has Warp for a blue-red hybrid mana. So this is a great payoff for casting artifacts. And Warp means you can more effectively find windows where you can cast it and generate value with it immediately, since you'll have significant mana left over when you do Warp it. And even without Warp, this would be a powerful engine in a set with this many artifacts. Even just getting one token out of this is going to feel like you're getting a great deal, and if you can do more than that, it's insane. I think this reaches into the lower bomb range. I'm giving it an A-. Next up, it's Ragost Deft Gastronaut, which for a red and a white is a 2/2 legendary lobster citizen at rare. Artifacts you control are foods in addition to their other types and have 2 generic taps, sack this artifact, gain 3 life. You can pay 1 generic, tap it, and sacrifice a food to have Ragost deal 3 damage to each opponent. And at the beginning of each end step, if you gain life this turn, untap Ragost. So turning your artifacts into food is already some quality upside. Like in the late game, sometimes gaining life is more important than grabbing lands with your lander tokens, for example. And that's doubly true when you can just chuck your artifacts at your opponent to bolt them in the face. And then you have an okay baseline as a 2-mana 2/2 creature. All of that said, there are also going to be lots of board states where this is nothing more than a 2-mana 2/2 that was kind of hard to cast, because sometimes you don't really have artifacts in play that are expendable and worth giving up with this. So I think it's a C+. Next up, it's Sami, Ship's Engineer, which for 2 generic, a red and a white, is a 2/4 uncommon legendary human artificer. And at the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, you create a tapped 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. So the idea here is that you can tap your creatures in multiple ways in the format. You can do it from attacking, but stationing spacecrafts is the way that you can tap creatures without having to put them at risk at all. And this trigger is strong. A 2/2 is pretty much worth the card. It has a very mediocre stat line, and while I think you'll have tap creatures reasonably often, it isn't exactly something that happens every single turn either. Now, you can wait to cast Sami until you have met the requirement, in which case it'll feel kind of like an enters trigger, but you don't always have the luxury of waiting, in which case this feels like kind of a bad card. I just think it'll be hard enough to get this going that it isn't anything special. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Sami Wildcat Captain, which for 4 generic, a red and a white, is a 4/4 legendary human artificer rogue at Mythic rare. It has double strike and vigilance, and it gives your spells affinity for artifacts. 6 mana for a 4/4 with double strike and vigilance isn't too bad. It is a little understated to the point that some cheap removal can take this thing down, some in this set that cost 2 mana even. But at least it's really hard to successfully attack through because double strike makes combat kind of a nightmare for your opponent, and then the fact this card has vigilance means that it can really effectively attack on most turns too. The affinity for artifacts part is kind of exciting, but it's not going to come up as much as you would think in limited, especially because this costs 6 mana. If this was cheap and gave your spells affinity, that would be one thing, but it doesn't. By the time you get to 6 mana and you play this thing, your other spells costing less isn't going to come up that much because you probably already have enough mana to play the card you draw every turn anyway. There are going to be times where you can go off with it. It gets kind of interesting with card draw where you can rip through multiple cards and then play all of them and stuff like that. But I wouldn't put too much stock in that part of the card being great. So most of what we have here is just 6 mana for a 4/4 with double strike and vigilance, and I think that card is a B-. There's a chance it's even worse because this set does have some really efficient cheap removal. Even paying 3 to kill this feels pretty good. So I wouldn't be utterly shocked if it ends up more in the C range, but I do like those keywords enough to start it at a B-. Next up, it's Siege Ship Brood Tender, which for a black and a green is a 2/3 insect citizen and uncommon. When it enters, you mill 3 cards, and you can pay 3 generic, a black and a green, and sacrifice it to reanimate a spacecraft or creature from your graveyard. Activate only as a sorcery. So I always love signpost uncommons that are both payoffs and enablers, and that's what this is. It mills stuff, which will allow you to set up your other graveyard stuff in the black-green deck, which is all about the graveyard, of course. And then it is a payoff for getting stuff into your graveyard since it can just straight up reanimate something. Throw in the fact that it has a pretty good stat line that means it's a formidable creature on turn 2, as well as the fact that it's just a good card at like all stages of the game. If you draw this really late, you'll be able to immediately reanimate something, which is going to feel pretty good on board states where a 2-mana 2/3 doesn't matter that much. So this looks really good to me overall. Most of the signposts do in this set, really, giving it a B. Next up, it's Singularity Rupture, which for 3 generic, a blue, and 2 black is a rare sorcery. Destroy all creatures, then any number of target players each mill half their library, rounded down. A 6-mana Wrath isn't great in Limited most of the time. Like, if you manage to draft a legit control deck, this can be pretty good. But being this expensive means you have to survive a while to get there, and even then, there are many awkward situations with this, even in a control deck. Milling your opponent can be worthwhile sometimes for sure, as can milling yourself, but symmetrical Wraths like this just have a hard time really being consistently good in Limited. Even if they do have some incredible upside, there are also lots of situations where they don't really do anything meaningful. Like, if you're at parity, it's not an especially useful card. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Space-Time Anomaly, which for 2 generic, a white and a blue is a rare sorcery. Target player mills cards equal to your life total. So pure mill cards in Limited are rarely very good. They kind of need to be mill engines that can do it a lot over the course of the game. Cards that are like one-shot mill don't tend to play very well, especially when they don't add to the board or do anything else. And this definitely doesn't. It's tempting to think about this milling 20 cards, but most of the time you're not going to have 20 life when you cast it. And even when it does mill 20 cards, you spent 4 mana, didn't add to the board, might have helped your opponent with graveyard nonsense, which increases their chances of killing you before they run out of cards anyway, in which case this card basically does nothing. It does get a little bit interesting when you have recursion or multiple copies of it. Like, it does get better in those situations, because then casting this twice can be more of a legitimate win condition, but even that is pretty far from a guarantee. This is just too one-dimensional and too dependent on what your life total is to be good and Limited. I'm giving it an F. Next up, it's Station Monitor, which for a white and a blue is a 2/2 Lizard Artificer at uncommon. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you create a 1/1 colorless drone artifact creature token with flying, and this token can block only creatures with flying. This is a great payoff for casting an extra spell in a turn, and that's what blue-white's about in this set. And the ideal thing to do is wait to run it out until you have a turn where you can double spell. That way you get the value immediately, so even if your opponent untaps and kills it, you're already way ahead because you have a body. If you're in blue-white, you're going to be playing lots of cheaper spells to really help you enable this sort of thing. Void is going to work pretty nicely with this too, since some Void costs are really cheap. So overall, this looks really great to me. It's just going to generate a lot of value in blue-white decks. It's going to be an important card in them, giving this a B+. Next up, it's Servandum, Sunstar Exemplar, which for a black and a white is a 2/2 legendary human knight at rare. It's got Vigilance and Menace. Whenever another creature you control dies or is put into exile, put a +1/+1 counter on Servandam and you gain 1 life. When Servandam dies or is put into exile while its power is 4 or greater, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. So this looks really good. I'm already pretty happy with a 2-mana 2/2 with Vigilance and Menace, even when you can only cast it on turn 2 kind of inconsistently. And then this ability to grow can be a very real problem for your opponent. Also, I like that they made his death trigger happen when he has 4 power or more. It doesn't have to be 2 counters on him or something like that. So equipment and combat tricks can sometimes allow you to turn his death into significant value, giving him a B+. Next up, it's Servandum the Lucent, which for 2 generic, a white and 2 black is a 4/4 legendary human knight at uncommon. It's got Death Touch and Lifelink, and whenever it enters or attacks, other creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain Death Touch until end of turn. This is a legitimate buff that can make almost anything into a relevant attacker, and offering it again on attacks is pretty scary. His own stat line, though, is not great, even with Lifelink and Death Touch in the mix, especially when you consider the double black you have to produce. Still, I think he does enough to be a B-. Next up, it's Tanuk, Memorial Ensign, which for 1 generic, a red and a green is a 2/4 Kavu Pilot, a legendary one, at uncommon, and it has a landfall trigger, and it does 1 damage to each opponent. And if this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn, you draw a card. Landfall to do 1 damage is not exactly a powerful thing in Limited. We've seen that numerous times, including in the last set. But he has an okay body and will draw you an extra card on occasion, and anytime he does that, he'll feel especially good. Landers will help you go off with them too. I am a little worried that you're not going to be able to draw a card with his ability often enough, though, for him to be great, giving him a C+. Alright, let's move to artifacts now, starting with All Fate's Scroll, which for 3 generic is an uncommon artifact that can tap for 1 mana of any color, and you can pay 7 generic and tap it and sacrifice it to draw X cards, where X is a number of differently named lands you control. So in most sets, a 3-mana mana rock that taps for mana of any color is bad, because it doesn't add to the board, it doesn't feel great to not add to the board on turn 3, nor is it a very good top deck. Like, you have to get one of these at the exact right time, or be in a slow enough format that playing it on 3 doesn't hurt you. But this one does have legit upside. In most decks, it'll draw you at least a couple cards in the late game, and it has potential to draw even more of them. We're going to see lands later in this video, and there are enough of them around for you to be able to draw a decent number of cards with this, but you really need to have a deck that can consistently have 3 or 4 lands with different names in play for this to be worth playing at all. And even then, the ceiling's not like insane. So I think this is an F in most decks, and probably a C in the exact right kind of deck. A deck that's really good at ramping, a deck that really wants fixing, and a deck that has lots of lands with different names. Next up, it's Bygone Colossus, which for 9 generic mana is a 9/9 robot giant at uncommon and artifact creature, and it is warped for 3 generic. So warping this is largely meaningless. There are a few things you can do. You can trigger artifact payoffs. The most notable thing you can do with this is that you can use it to station something, so put 9 charge counters on something. And that sounds exciting, but I'm not that into it at all, really. Mostly because it's just all in on doing that. Is using up an entire card for the sake of stationing something worth it? My guess is no. Like, you want your cards that are doing the stationing to be okay cards to begin with, that are creatures that you can put into play. Playing this on turn 3 and hoping that you have a space station in play so that you can turn it into a creature and thus actually add to the board is not where you want to be. Like, there are going to be lots of times where you just can't warp this and do anything meaningful with it. And it's not like a 9-mana 9/9 is great. I mean, it's nice that it's just sort of out there, and if you ever get to that much mana, you can cast it. But overall, this looks like a really one-dimensional card that is all about stationing, and we rarely see cards that are like all in on one really specific thing in a format actually work. Like we saw it with cards that cared about vehicles and Aether Drift. That set had lots of vehicles, but almost all of the all-in on vehicle cards were pretty bad. And this kind of feels like the same thing, only with spacecraft, so I think it's probably an F. Next up, it's Chrome Companion, which for 2 generic is a 2/1 artifact creature dog at common. When it becomes tapped, you gain a life, and you can pay 2 generic and tap it to put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. So this has really mediocre stats, a very small effect for tapping it, and an effect that is really inefficient at hitting on the graveyard, or helping you recycle your cards. It is a 2-drop artifact, and that likely has some value, but it's the kind of 2-drop card that you're only going to play when you're desperate. I'm giving it a D. Next up, it's Dauntless Scrapbot, which for 3 generic is an uncommon artifact creature robot at uncommon. It's a 3/1, and when it enters, you exile each opponent's graveyard and create a lander token. This is a quality card. The stat line is bad, but this gives you 2 artifacts, something that has significant value in this set to begin with, and landers are an amazing way to fix and ramp your mana. This will generate a 2-for-1 most of the time, and that's enough for me to want to play this despite the stat line. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it is Dawnsire Sunstar Dreadnought, which for 5 generic mana is a legendary mythic rare spacecraft with station. And when it gets 10 or more charge counters, when you attack, Dawnsire deals 100 damage to up to 1 target creature or planeswalker. And when you get it to 20 or more charge counters, it becomes a 20/20 flyer. So this does stone nothing until you station it, but if you can get 10 charge counters on this thing, you get to kill something every time you attack, and that's really powerful. And if you can ever get to 20, obviously it's going to end the game. While I do think it'll take some work, I think both of those things are actually doable. The problem is the time during which Dawnsire isn't impacting the board at all, and there will almost always be a little bit of time like that where you're kind of like walking a tightrope and trying to survive by stationing it. But the good news is once you do reach that number of charge counters, attacking is going to be really powerful because it'll just kill something. So this does look good to me, but obviously it's way too slow to be like an insane bomb, even though it'll feel like one if you are getting it obviously to 10 all the time. So I think it's a B-. Next up, it's the Dominion Bracelet, which for 2 generic is a mythic rare legendary artifact equipment. The equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has 15 generic mana. Exile the Dominion Bracelet. You control target opponent during their next turn. This ability costs X less to activate, where X is this creature's power. Activate only as a sorcery, and it has equipped for 1 generic. This card's really interesting. 2 mana to play and 1 to equip for +1/+1 is already a kind of passable equipment in a set that cares about artifacts. It's not great, but that's the baseline, and this has a somewhat accessible ability that lets you steal your opponent's turn, and that ability is incredibly strong. You can make all of your opponent's creatures make ugly attacks, point their removal at their own creatures, and just generally wreak havoc. And because this doesn't do stone nothing up until that point, I think this ends up being a quality card. You do need to have some ways to buff creatures, or at least a couple of like 6/6s, but having a mediocre equipment that can turn into a game-breaking effect in the late game sounds pretty good to me. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's the End Stone, which for 7 generic is a mythic rare legendary artifact. Whenever you play a land or cast a spell, draw a card. At the beginning of your end step, your life total becomes half your starting life total rounded up. So if you untap with this in play, it's likely to let you do a whole lot of stuff, since you get to draw a card when you do pretty much anything, except that if you make a land drop and then draw another land, your turn's pretty much over. So the other ability is interesting because if you have more than 10 life, it's going to make you lose life. But if you have less, it's going to gain you life. So where does that leave this card? Well, I think it's not very good in limited. It's 7 generic mana. It doesn't add to the board. If you are allowed to untap with it, there's a chance you go off, but it's far from guaranteed. And if you're having to lower your life total to play this, especially, it's not going to feel very good. If you draw it when you're really low on life, that effect is going to feel pretty good, but that's too narrow of a situation. So overall, I think this is just an F in limited. Next up, it's the Eternity Elevator, which for 5 generic is a rare legendary artifact spacecraft. It can tap for 3 colorless, and if it has 20 or more charge counters on it, you add X mana of any one color, where X is a number of charge counters on the Eternity Elevator. So this is a super expensive mana rock, albeit one that does give you a huge mana boost. Problem is, one can't always take advantage of that in limited, and it has super diminishing returns, and this card never does anything to actually impact the board, which is always a problem for a 5 mana card. Like this, Spacecraft never ever turns into a creature, unlike most of the others. I do think you play this sometimes in decks that need the ramp, but you're probably never going to bother stationing it in those decks just because it's already pretty good at producing mana. I'm starting it at a D, and it wouldn't shock me if it's an F. Next up, it's Extinguisher Battleship, which for 8 generic mana is a rare artifact spacecraft, and when it enters, you destroy target non-creature permanent. Then this spacecraft deals 4 damage to each creature, and when it has 5 or more charge counters, it gains flying and trample and becomes a 10/10. So 8 mana is a lot, but destroying a non-creature and doing 4 to everything is likely to have a huge impact on the board, and then almost anything you draw will be able to be used quickly to turn this into a 10/10, which can happen really quickly, since it only needs 5 counters. Like, imagine if this didn't have station and was just the creature. That would be an insane card. Obviously, this takes more setup, and sometimes you won't be able to kill enough stuff with the trigger, and like 8 mana is a pretty big hurdle, even in a format with landers and stuff. So I think it's just a B, but that's mostly because sometimes it ends up stuck in your hand. Most of the time when you cast this, you're just going to win the game. Next up, it's Nutrient Block, which for 1 generic is a common artifact food that's indestructible. It can do the food thing, meaning you can pay 2 generic, tap it, and sack it to gain 3 life. And when it's put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you draw a card. Artifacts matter in this set, and there are even a handful of ways to animate them, mostly at higher rarities, which is kind of fun with an indestructible artifact, but I wouldn't count on doing that consistently. Mostly, this gives you a tiny bit of artifact synergy while also being good sacrifice fodder and a way to gain life and draw a card in a pinch. It's hard for a card that replaces itself and gains you life to be completely terrible, but it's not that good either. I'm giving this a D. Next up, it's Pinnacle Killship, which for 7 generic mana is an artifact spacecraft at common. When it enters, it deals 10 damage to up to 1 target creature, and if it has 7 or more charge counters on it, it's a 7/7 flyer. This card is aptly named because when you play it, it's definitely going to kill something, probably your opponent's best creature. A 7 mana 7/7 flyer that kills another creature when it enters would be an absolutely incredible card, and this is obviously several steps below that because it takes some work for it to become a creature, and even if you can make it a creature right away, you do have to tap down some other things to do it, but I still think this looks like a quality card, one that most decks in the format, except for maybe the most aggressive, are going to feel fine about playing. I mean, it generates a 2-for-1, even though it may be a clunky one. It does give you one of those, and it's an artifact in a set where that matters, and a spacecraft in a set where that matters. So I think this ends up being a C+, and honestly, I could see it going a little higher. Next up, it's Survey Mechan, which for 4 generic is a 1/3 artifact creature robot at uncommon with flying and hexproof. And you can pay 10 generic and sacrifice it to have it deal 3 damage to any target. Target player draws 3 cards and gains 3 life. This ability costs X less to cast, where X is a number of differently named lands you control. This looks like a legit build around. While the main set doesn't have an enormous number of good non-basic lands, the set's bonus sheet is all lands. So there are going to be a lot of them floating around, and if you can use this ability for like 5 or 6, which seems doable, you're going to be in business. Now, 4 mana 1/3 with flying and hexproof isn't a great baseline, though it is nice. You can put auras and equipment and counters on this and not have to worry about what might happen to it, but this does need a build around grade to be sure. If your deck just has 2 lands with different names, it's probably a D at best, but if you can get up to 5 or more, it's probably a B-. Like, paying 7 for this ability is going to feel great, for example. Next up, it's Thaumaton Torpedo, which for 1 generic is a common artifact, and you can pay 6 generic and tap it and sacrifice it to destroy target non-land permanent, but this ability costs 3 generic less to activate if you attacked with a spacecraft this turn. So if this always let you pay 3 to destroy a non-land permanent, it would be a really good deal. And the fail case here of costing 6 isn't completely horrendous, especially in a format where it looks like you'll have reasons to play artifacts to begin with. That said, attacking with a spacecraft is pretty far from automatic. Just controlling one is relatively easy, but you also have to be able to attack with it to really make this efficient, so I think this ends up being a C. Next up, it's Thrumming Hive Pool, which for 6 generic is a rare artifact with affinity for slivers. Slivers you control have double strike and haste, and at the beginning of your upkeep you create 2 1/1 colorless sliver creature tokens. So slivers are back, but it's kind of like Eldrazi. They just sort of have a one-shot card in this set, because it turns out there are some of these Eldrazi and slivers lurking out in the edge of eternity. And that matters because it means that affinity for slivers really doesn't matter unless you happen to have multiple Thrumming Hive Pools. So mostly what you're getting here is a 6 generic mana artifact that makes 2 1/1s with double strike and haste during your upkeep. That's pretty good, but it does mean you pay 6 to get this going, and it means that you're not adding to the board until your next upkeep, and that is a serious liability. There will certainly be games where this runs away with the game because the value it generates is so good, but you've got to account for the games where this ends up stuck in your hand because you can't hit your 6 mana, and the games where you play this, but you're not adding to the board right away. That gives your opponent an opening to very likely kill you if you're not careful. So I think that holds us to a C+. Next up, it's Virulent Silencer, which for 3 generic is a 2/3 robot assassin at uncommon. Whenever a non-token artifact creature you control deals combat damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters. So this is mostly just a 3 mana 2/3 artifact creature. The poison upside will almost never come up, as we've seen in other sets with one random card that does poison things. It does work nicely with the drone 1/1 flyers, like I guess that's kind of the idea here, but you're still not going to be able to poison your opponent out most of the time with this. I'm giving it a D-. Next up, it's Wormwall Sweeper, which for 2 generic mana is a 2/2 artifact spacecraft at common. When it enters, you surveil 2, and when it has 4 or more charge counters, it becomes a 2/2 flyer. So if this was 2 mana for a 2/2 flyer that surveilled 2 when it entered, it'd be a B. That's just really good value. This isn't quite that, as you need some stationing for it to reach that point, but it doesn't ask for that much of it. So I think this looks solid. I'm giving it a C. All right, let's move now to the lands. First up, we've got Adagia, Windswept Bastion, which is a mythic rare land planet. It enters tapped, it can tap for white, and these planet lands at mythic rare all also have station. And when this one gets 12 or more charge counters, you can pay 3 generic and a white and tap it to create a token that's a copy of target artifact or enchantment you control, except it's legendary. Activate only as a sorcery. This activated ability has some serious value in the later stages of the game, and it will definitely be able to make sure you continue to add to the board to pressure your opponent, something that feels pretty good when you're in top deck mode. Most decks will just have enough artifacts and enchantments to make use of this, so it's worth the downside of entering tapped. So I think this looks like a B-. You know, you're not always going to be able to station it, but the fail case is still a land, and you need those, and it doesn't really take up a real slot in your deck, and yet it's a land that can turn into a pretty legitimate win condition in the later stages of the game. We've also got 5 of the shock lands in this set, like Breeding Pool here, which is a rare land forest island, meaning you can tap for green or blue, and when it enters, you may pay 2 life, and if you don't, it enters tapped. That's how all of them work. They all have 2 land types, meaning they can tap for either of those colors, and then you can choose to shock yourself or have it entered tapped when it enters. So these always provide great fixing. You're always happy to play them, whether they are in your primary color or helping you splash. I'm giving this a B-. Next up, it's Command Bridge, which is a common land that enters tapped, and when it enters, you sacrifice it unless you tap an untapped permanent you control, and you can tap it to add 1 mana of any color. Both entering tapped and requiring you to tap a permanent is a pretty real bummer, but it's possible for some stuff in like red-white to take advantage of actually tapping something, and it gives you mana of any color, and it's flexible about what you can tap at least, but it does look like it's clunky enough that it's not like amazing fixing, but it's certainly solid, giving it a C. Next up, it's Avendo, Waking Haven, which is a mythic rare land planet that enters tapped. It can tap for green, and when it gets to 12 or more charge counters, you can pay a green and tap it to add green for each creature you control. So this becomes Gaia's Cradle when you get enough counters on it. But part of what makes Gaia's Cradle really good is that you can play it early and produce multiple mana with it, right? That's not the case here. You're going to play this early, it's going to enter tap, and you're going to use windows when you can, I guess, to put counters on this. But then, by that stage of the game, being able to produce a ton of mana is a lot less likely to matter. I think this is going to feel like a forest with downside, more often than it feels like a forest with upside, giving it a D. Next up, it's Caveron, Memorial World, which is a mythic rare land planet that enters tapped, can tap for red, and when it gets to 12 or more charge counters, you can pay 1 generic and a red, tap it, and sack a land to create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. Then creatures you control get +1/+0 and get haste until end of turn. So this one looks really great to me. That activated ability is great in the later stage of the game when you're going to be at a point where you can actually get enough counters on this. Adding a body to the board and buffing everything, obviously that means the robot itself can attack as a 3/2. Like, that's an effect that can win the game in a single activation. And even when it's not doing that, the fact that you can give up lands to put bodies on the board is going to feel pretty good. So this one looks great to me. It's a value engine that can win the game, in addition to just being a land that is useful early because it's a land, giving it a B+. Next, it's Secluded Starforge, which is a rare land that can tap for colorless. You can pay 2 generic and tap it, and tap X untapped artifacts you control, and target creature gets +X/+0 until end of turn, activate only as a sorcery, and you can pay 5 generic and tap it to make a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. I think this is a solid utility land, especially because of the ability to make creature tokens. The ability to buff power is a lot more finicky and a lot more risky because it asks you to do so much stuff, and if you don't have a creature that can get in or attack a lot better, it's not going to be worth it a lot of the time. But the fact that this can just churn out tokens in the later game after producing much needed mana for you in the early game is pretty good. When you look at a land in Limited that only produces colorless, you always have to judge whether or not they do more harm than good, since they're so bad for your mana base. But I think this one does enough to make the cut in most decks, especially artifact ones, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Suzur Sukundi, Void Altar, a mythic rare land planet that enters tapped. It can tap for black, and when it gets 12 or more charge counters, you can pay 1 generic and a black and tap it and pay 2 life and sacrifice a creature to draw cards equal to the sacrificed creature's power. Activate only as a sorcery. So this is another nice activated ability. It doesn't add to the board the way the red planet does. In fact, it subtracts from it, but it can draw you a significant number of cards, and I think that's going to be pretty good value late, giving it a B-. Next, it's Uthros, Titanic God Core, which is a mythic rare land planet that enters tapped. It can tap for blue, and when it gets 12 or more charge counters, you can pay a blue and tap it to add blue for each artifact you control. So we saw one that is Gaia's Cradle once you station it, and this one is Tolarian Academy, more or less, when you station it, but it has the same problem. The Academy is really good because you can play it early and produce a bunch of mana with it and ramp in a really effective way. By the time you can actually use this, all of that mana doesn't really matter. So this one is another one that's going to feel like an island with downside more often than an island with upside. So I think it's a D. All right, so those are all of the multicolored and colorless cards in Edge of Eternities. In the next video, I'll look at all the white ones. If you enjoyed this video, please like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. And if more of the set review is out by the time you're watching this, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Hone, and in this video I'm continuing with my Edge of Eternities limited set review. I've already looked at all the multicolored and colorless cards, and in this video we're looking at all the white ones. For each of these cards I'll discuss how I think they'll perform in limited, that means draft and sealed, and I'll punctuate each evaluation with a letter grade. If you're new to my set reviews and unsure of what my letter grades mean, you can find a guide in the description for this video. There are some important things to keep in mind as I review each of these cards. First, because we're only talking about draft and sealed, I'm only going to be talking about cards that can be found in play boosters. And I'm also only talking about cards that are in the main set. Later on, I'll be taking a look at all of the special guests and bonus sheet cards. These are also my evaluations of these cards before it's possible to even play the new format, because my goal is to have the set review ready for you in time for the pre-release, and that means I'll be wrong about some stuff, but as the format comes into focus, I'll do videos talking about how the format is panned out. Lastly, I want to let you know that there are some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. You get access to my ongoing set notes during preview season, and you'll also get a spreadsheet with all of my grades once the set review is complete. If those perks interest you, check out the description where you can find out how to support the channel using one of those methods. Alright, without further ado, let's dive in with a look at all the white cards in Edge of Eternities. First up, we have All Fate's Stalker, which for 3 generic and a white is a 2/3 Drix Assassin at uncommon. When it enters, you exile up to 1 target non-assassin creature until this creature leaves the battlefield, and it also has Warp for 1 generic and a white. This is an alternate casting cost, and if you cast it that way, you exile it at the beginning of the next end step, and then you can cast it from exile on a later turn. This looks really good, and it has a cool design too. When you warp it, you're more frequently going to use it to blink your own creature for value, though sometimes you'll be able to use it to permanently get rid of a token or get a blocker out of the way that your opponent has. But then, when you cast it normally, it's going to be a really good card like all Banisher Priest-like creatures are. Adding to the board and removing something is just an incredible play in every limited format, and this is more flexible than most versions of this effect because of the blink upside. This looks like a B+ to me, and it's in the conversation for being white's best uncommon. Next, let's look at Esteli Reclaimer, which for 3 generic and 2 white is a 5/4 Angel Warrior at rare. It's got flying, and when it enters, you return target non-creature, non-land permanent card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast this creature, and it has Warp for 2 generic and a white. So a 5 mana 5/4 flyer is already a pretty solid card in limited, and this can give you its trigger twice thanks to Warp. Now, it is pretty restrictive because it only looks at non-creatures, non-lands, and they need to be mana value X or less. And you're just not always going to have something that you can get back, especially when you warp it. But when you cast it normally, a few turns later, you are more likely to get something back. The thing that I see this working with the most frequently and the most effectively is probably Spacecraft, because they're not creatures, but they can become creatures. But the fact is, you're not going to have that many things you can get back with this ability, so a lot of what you're getting is just a 5 mana 5/4 flyer. It is worth remembering that Warp works nicely with Spacecraft in general, because that means you can warp this into play and tap it to put 5 charge counters on one of your Spacecraft, which is going to help it become a creature more quickly. This looks like a pretty good card to me, but it's not a bomb or anything. I'm giving it a B. Next up, it's Auxiliary Boosters, which for 4 generic and a white is a common artifact equipment. When it enters, you create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token and attach this equipment to it. The equipped creature gets +1/+2 and has flying, and this has equipped for 3 generic. The baseline here is a 5 mana 3/4 flyer that gives you 2 artifacts, and that's a pretty solid card in this format. With an equip cost of 3, it won't even feel terrible to equip this to other stuff either later in the game, as it's a buff that can make a significant difference. This looks like a pretty nice common for white. It just does a lot of little stuff that I think adds up to a quality card, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Banishing Light, which for 2 generic and a white is a common enchantment, and when it enters, you exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. So this is a card that is always good removal because it can hit any non-land permanent. It doesn't always feel super efficient these days as we have more and more creatures with enters, triggers, and stuff like that, and they get a lot of value out of those, so spending 3 at sorcery speed to kill something isn't always great, but the flexibility really helps overcome that. It's always at least a C+ when we see it. It can be better, but it's usually better in sets that have an enchantment theme, and there's a very small one in this format. Not really enough of one for it to get like a big bump, and I think it falls a little short of being premium just because it's a lot clunkier these days than it used to be, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Beyond the Quiet, which for 3 generic and 2 white is a rare sorcery that exiles all creatures in spacecraft. Sweepers are always pretty awkward and limited, as most games just don't play out in such a way that your opponent is the only one who gets destroyed by this kind of card. Still, a card like this is strong. It can pull you back ahead from being behind in a way that few cards can, but it's pretty bad when you're ahead or at parity when it's kind of a blank card. So, like most 5+ mana sweepers that don't do anything else but exile and destroy stuff, I think it's probably a C+. Next up, it's Bright Spear Zealot, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/4 human soldier at common. It's got vigilance, and it gets +2/+0 as long as you've cast 2 or more spells this turn. A 3 mana 2/4 with vigilance is honestly a pretty solid card, and this will sometimes be a more impressive 4/4, and you'll be able to do that at instant speed on occasion, which is pretty sweet. It does have a couple of weird things going on in this set with regard to spacecraft. One of them is that the red-white theme is about having tapped creatures, and you can do that by stationing spacecraft, but you can also do it by attacking. This guy can't, because he has vigilance, so it's a little bit of a non-bo with cards that pay you off for having tapped stuff, except that it's also good with spacecraft because you can attack with it and then also station in the same turn, which not that many cards in the set can do, so this looks like a nice common to me. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Cosmogrand Zenith, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/4 human soldier at Mythic rare. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, choose one, create 2 1/1 white human soldier creature tokens, or put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. These triggers are both amazing. You'll make the tokens when you need bodies, and if you've already gone wide, you'll be thrilled with the counters. Double spelling is far from automatic, but cheap warp costs in this set do make it easier than it would be in most, and just waiting until you have a turn where you can play this and a second spell can ensure you get amazing value right away, so even if your opponent untaps and kills Cosmogrand Zenith, you're already ahead, and if they don't kill it, you can usually snowball your way to victory. Throw in the solid stats, and I think we have a card that will help you run away with a lot of games and deliver you good fail case value too, giving it an A-. Next up, it's Dawnstrike Vanguard, which for 5 generic and a white is a 4/5 human knight at uncommon. It's got lifelink, and at the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control other than this creature. So here is one of those payouts for having tapped creatures. And it's a pretty strong one. Buffing your entire board except for this permanently is a big deal. And on turns where you can cast this and almost make this feel like an interest trigger, it's going to feel pretty insane. But there are going to be times where you can't do it, and when this is just a 6 mana 4/5 lifelink, it isn't very impressive, but the set is set up in such a way that it's very possible to trigger this once, and even just triggering it once is going to be very powerful and make you feel pretty good about things. And putting those counters on your creatures means it's more likely you can attack effectively with them and trigger it again on the next turn. So overall, I think this does deliver the kind of value you need out of a 6 mana card. It's not going to do it consistently enough to be great, but I do think it's a C+. Next up, it's Dockworker Drone, which for 1 generic and a white is a 1/1 artifact creature robot at common. It enters with a +1/+1 counter on it, and when it dies, you put its counters on target creature you control. This is a solid 2-drop. It works nicely in the +1/+1 counter decks, as well as the artifact decks, and sometimes you'll be able to do something sweet with the counters when it dies, giving it a C. Next up, it's Dual Sun Adepts, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/2 human soldier at uncommon. It's got double strike, and you can pay 5 generic to give creatures you control +1/+1 until end of turn. The 3 mana 2/2 stat line can be rough, because removal for 1 mana can often take these things down, and there is more than one way to do that at common and uncommon in this format. And that is a big risk, but I think the reward is worth it in this case. A 3 mana 2/2 double striker is at least pretty good at blocking. Like, your opponent can't attack into this 3 mana 2/2 like they can most. And this kind of pump effect being on a creature that's already solid, we've seen it perform well in countless formats at this point, and this is another one that I think gets there. Obviously, buffing itself is a huge deal too because it has double strike, so I think this overcomes the problem of the Grey Ogre stat line, and I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Dual Sun Technique, which for 1 generic and a white is an uncommon instant. Target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn. If it had a +1/+1 counter on it, draw a card. Double strike is pretty nice for a trick, though it's less good on really small creatures than actual stats boosts are. It does still manage to win you most combats, and you can sometimes do lethal out of nowhere. The times where you draw a card with this will feel completely absurd because it probably means you get a 2-for-1, but this also isn't the kind of trick that's useful against removal in any way, shape, or form, and that limits how great it can be in Limited, giving it a C. Next up, it's Emergency Eject, which for 2 generic and a white is an uncommon instant. It says destroy target non-land permanent. Its controller creates a lander token. This is an artifact with 2 generic, tap, sacrifice this token, and search your library for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. So white actually has 2 flexible non-land removal spells in this set between Banishing Light and this, which is interesting. This one's an instant, unlike Banishing Light, but it also gives your opponent a card back. Don't underestimate how significant that is, as you could help them fix and ramp their mana, help them with artifact synergies, help them with the Void mechanic, the list goes on. These landers are really good, and giving your opponent one definitely isn't good. That said, it does become less of a problem later in the game, and hitting any non-land for 3 is definitely a big deal at instant speed. You do still kind of 2-for-1 yourself, but this is better than cards like Stroke of Midnight, which give your opponent a 1/1 token instead, because at least you can get like a blocker out of the way and attack without having to worry about a new token being in the way. So I think this is solid removal. It's definitely not great. Giving your opponent a lander is a massive downside, but I think it's a C because it can deal with so many things at instant speed. Next up, it's Exalted Sunborn, which for 3 generic and 2 white is a mythic rare angel wizard. It's a 4/5 with flying and lifelink, and if 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, twice that many of those tokens are created instead, and it has warp for 1 generic and a white. So this would be good even without warp, and that's good because warping it isn't going to be meaningful most of the time in limited, because you have to have the mana to warp, and then you need to make tokens in the same turn, and that's going to be hard to achieve. It's not impossible, but generally just playing a 5 mana 4/5 flying lifelink by the time you can warp this and put tokens into play is just going to be better than going the other route, because this stat line is really good. I think this is going to make more tokens once you play it on turn 5 and it does some damage, and then you get a couple of lander tokens or robot tokens or whatever later in the game. Mostly, though, this is a 5 mana 4/5 flying lifelink, which is a really good card, and occasionally it'll really go off. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Exosuit Savior, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/2 human soldier at common with flying. When it enters, you return up to 1 target permanent you control to its owner's hand. Windrake stat lines are great, and this kind of upside is often too narrow, especially at sorcery speed, to be worthwhile. There are some cute things you can do with it in this set, beyond the usual rebuying an enters trigger or whatever. Like, you can return something that's stationed, and then if you have the mana to cast it, you can cast it, and then station with it again. It also works with the Void mechanic, but overall, this is a badly statted creature with too narrow of upside to be a card that makes the cut regularly, giving it a D+. Next up, it's Flight Deck Coordinator, which for 2 generic and a white is a 3/3 human soldier at common. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, you gain 2 life. This has an okay stat line, but the you have stuff tap trigger here is fairly underwhelming. Triggering this kind of thing multiple times is likely to be challenging, and that's what you need to do for this card to really feel worth it. And even then, it's not amazing. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Focus Fire, which for 1 white mana is a common instant that does X damage to target attacking or blocking creature, where X is 2, plus the number of creatures and or spacecraft you control. This is restrictive, since it can only hit attackers and blockers, and that means that for aggro decks, the fact that you can't get a blocker out of the way with it is a pretty big bummer. But for only 1 mana, this can do a ton in terms of trading up, and can often take down sizable creatures. I don't think it's premium, it needs way too much setup and is too narrow, but it's hard not to like this card when it only costs a single mana. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Halia, Guided by Light, which for 2 generic and a white is a 3/3 legendary human soldier at rare. When she or another creature or artifact you control enters, you gain 1 life. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card if you've gained 3 or more life this turn, and she has warp for 1 white mana. So even if she just had the first ability, she'd be a good card, as solid stats plus lots of incidental life gain is a good place to be. And she'll draw you a card every now and then. I wouldn't count on it a lot. It's not that easy to gain 3 life in a turn off of her triggers alone. You're going to need some other life gain around to really pull it off. And it's doable, but it does take some work. She's not the kind of life gain card draw engine that can do it all on her own. She's going to need a little bit of help. And the fact that you can warp her early and gain a bit of life and maybe even draw a card if you have the opening to do so is pretty sweet. I'm giving this a B. Next up, it's Hardlight Containment, which for 1 white mana is a rare enchantment aura with enchant artifact you control. When it enters, you exile target creature and opponent controls until this aura leaves the battlefield, and the enchanted permanent has ward 1. So even in this set, you're not always going to have an artifact, but when you do, this isn't too far off from Swords to Plowshares. I mean, sure, your opponent can get their thing back by blowing up whatever you put it on, and that'll hurt, but Ward makes that a little bit more difficult. And doing something like putting this on a lander seems kind of funny, because at least then you don't get 2-for-1 when they destroy it. This isn't quite as good as something like Sheltered by Ghosts, which also gave the thing you put it on +1/+0 and lifelink, which allowed you to get in with a hit that would gain you some life, giving you even more immediate value. And this is also more narrow, only capable of going on artifacts and not on creatures. But I do think it's an apt comparison. They're going to work similarly, and I think that makes this a B-. Next up, it's Honor, which for 1 white mana is an uncommon sorcery. You put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and draw a card. I think this is sneaky good. The counter isn't quite worth a card, but you end up paying 1 mana for significantly more than a card worth of value here, and it synergizes nicely with +1/+1 counter stuff in the set. Improving your board and drawing a card is a good feeling. It can help you double spell too. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Honored Knight Captain, which for 1 generic and a white is a 1/1 human advisor knight at uncommon. When it enters, you create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token, and you can pay 4 generic and 2 white and sacrifice it to search your library for an equipment card, put it onto the battlefield, and then shuffle. I'm already signing up for a 2-mana 1/1 that makes another 1/1. We see that kind of card a lot, and it's always a good 2-drop. Good when you drop it on turn 2, but good at any other point in the game as well, because 2 bodies significantly alter how combat's going to go for your opponent on their next turn. So throw in the fact that you can cheat an equipment onto the battlefield and at instant speed, and you have a card that stays really relevant all game long, and one that has a great baseline. Searching up that 3/4 flyer equipment is going to be particularly nice, and a combo you see a lot because it's a common. I'm giving this a B-. Next up, it's Knight Luminary, which for 3 generic and a white is a 3/2 human knight at common, and when it enters, you create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token, and it has Warp for 1 generic and a white. This is a pretty good common. I'm already in for this card without Warp. It would be like a C if that's all it was, but with Warp, well, you have a card that fills 2 separate slots on the curve and helps you go wide and gives you 3 total bodies. That sounds pretty good to me. I'm starting this at a C+, and I could see it going higher. Next up, it's Lightstall Inquisitor, which for 1 white mana is a 2/1 Angel Wizard at rare. It's got Vigilance, and when it enters, each opponent exiles a card from their hand and may play that card for as long as it remains exiled. Each spell cast this way costs 1 generic more to cast, and each land played this way enters tapped. I think this is solid in limited. It's going to be like amazing and constructed as a 1-drop for aggressive white decks. Here, it's just solid. It gives you some pretty good disruption, and I love that they made sure it even nerfs lands. Sometimes attacks won't matter much, and obviously you don't choose the card, your opponent does, which makes it a lot less impressive as your opponent gets to choose something that impacts them the least. But you do get a pretty good return on only 1 mana here. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Lumen Class Frigate, which for 1 generic and a white is a rare artifact spacecraft, and like all the spacecraft, it comes with Station. And that means you can tap another creature you control to put charge counters equal to that creature's power on this spacecraft. Station only has a sorcery, and then depending on the number of charge counters on this, you get other effects. In this case, with 2 or more, other creatures you control get +1/+1, and with 12 or more, it becomes a 3/5 with flying and lifelink. I think you'll frequently be able to put 2 charge counters on this the turn it comes down, and that not only means your board gets significantly better for a reasonable cost, it also means that stationing this becomes a lot easier because it's buffing your creatures, making them more capable of putting more charge counters on this. It does still take some time to become a creature in most cases, but a 2-mana Anthem is a card you play anyway, and this one can start contributing damage and gaining you life. So it's going to be awesome upside on a card that's already delivering some pretty real value. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Lux Knight Breacher, which for 3 generic and a white is a 2/2 human knight at common. It enters with a +1/+1 counter on it for each other creature and or artifact you control. This card has a terrible floor, since it's awful when you don't have anything or much going on. Even just 1 counter on this is a bad card, and even 2 isn't something to write home about. There is a high-ish ceiling, but it's still just a big vanilla creature in an ideal world, so it doesn't seem worth the risk to me when the reward is so unexciting. You'll probably play it when you need a 4-drop and you have lots of creatures and artifacts, but you're going to end up cutting this a lot too. I'm giving it a D. Next up, it's Pinnacle Star Cage, which for 1 generic and 2 white is a rare artifact. When it enters, you exile all artifacts and creatures with mana value 2 or less until this artifact leaves the battlefield. And you can pay 6 generic and 2 white to put each card exiled with this artifact into its owner's graveyard, then create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token for each card that was put into a graveyard this way, and then you sacrifice the Pinnacle Star Cage. So this is symmetrical, so sometimes it'll be tricky making it hurt your opponent more than it hurts you, since most decks run cards that cost 2 or less mana, and the other ability is expensive enough that I don't think you're counting on it reliably being a way to break the symmetry. Plus, in many situations, you're not going to exile that many things, so you won't get that many robots anyway. This feels like a very awkward D in your main deck, but against a deck that is super low to the ground and or one that has lots of tokens, this does get more interesting, so it's an okay sideboard card, probably a C+ against the right opponent. Next up, it's Pulsar Squadron Ace, which for 1 generic and a white is a 1/2 human pilot at uncommon. When it enters, you look at the top 5 of your library. You can reveal a spacecraft card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. If you didn't put a card into your hand this way, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. This is good. It's either a 2-mana 1/2 that draws you a card or a 2-mana 2/3 that helps with +1/+1 counter synergy. I'm pretty happy with either outcome, especially on turn 2. I'm giving this a B-. Next up, it's Radiant Strike, which for 3 generic and a white is a common instant. Destroy target artifact or tapped creature, you gain 3 life. So note that this can destroy any artifacts, not just tapped ones. This is a kind of card where it's easy to misread that because it can only destroy tapped creatures. But anyway, 4 mana for this effect is kind of a lot when it's somewhat narrow, but the life it gains you makes up for that in a significant way, and many people may be tapping their creatures a lot in this set because of the station mechanic. Destroying something your opponent worked really hard to station also sounds pretty sweet for tempo in general in this format. This does fall below premium to me because of the cost, but I think it's a C+. Next up, it's Rayblade Trooper, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/2 human soldier at uncommon. When it enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, and whenever a non-token creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token.
Rami. Okay, when you cheer. Ooh. Ah. When they go. For palm? For palm? Ooh. Yeah. Oh, it's so. Ooh. Poof. Ooh. Nice. Yeah. Yes.
يلا كابتن يلا كابتن. يلا. لا 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 اسرع اسرع.
No, the ball is not painful. It's
بتسلوا هذول ما بيلعبوا عشان هذا الشاب اللي بيصور المباراة جايين علشان الإجرام.
يلا.
哦。
Base, it's an F. Next up, it's Dust Bowl. It taps for colorless. You can pay 3 generic, tap it, and sacrifice a land to destroy target non-basic land. Destroying lands in Limited is rarely viable, especially when restricted to only non-basics. It's true, this set will have a significant number of non-basics, partly because of this bonus sheet, but having to give up a land and spend 3 mana to take out a non-basic land just isn't a relevant effect very often, and even when it is, it's not usually worth using until the late game, and at that point, it mostly doesn't matter. This is an F. Next up, it's Echoing Deeps. It has the Cave subtype, and you can have it enter tapped as a copy of any land in a graveyard, except it's a cave in addition to its other types, and it taps for colorless. I think this has some potential in this format's graveyard decks. If you've got enough non-basics worth copying, like creature lands and stuff, and you're good at self-mill, this can probably make the cut sometimes, since its floor will at least be that it's a land that can produce mana of a color you need, but there are still times where it whiffs, and it's even an enters trigger, so if you have to run it out earlier so that you don't miss a land drop, it's just going to be a terrible land. You do also get access to your opponent's graveyard, but I still think it's a D-. Next up, it's Eldrazi Temple. It can tap for colorless, or it can tap for 2 colorless, but you can spend that mana only to cast colorless Eldrazi spells, or activated abilities of colorless Eldrazi. This set has literally 1 Eldrazi, and that's not enough for this land to be worthwhile, as 99.9% of the time it'll just be worse than a basic land. It's an F. Next, it's Endless Sands. It comes with the Desert subtype, and you can tap it for colorless. You can also pay 2 generic and tap it to exile target creature you control, and you can pay 4 generic, tap it, and sacrifice it to return each creature card exiled with this land to the battlefield under its owner's control. This can be kind of cute since you can exile a bunch of your stuff to protect it and then return those things later in the game, but it asks for lots of mana to be available for the abilities, and they are still too narrow overall. Most of the time, it's only worth exiling your own creature if it would have died anyway, because it's way too slow at rebuying enters triggers and stuff, so I think it's a D-. Next up, it's Gemstone Caverns. It's a legendary land, and if it's in your opening hand and you're not the starting player, you may begin the game with Gemstone Caverns on the battlefield with a luck counter on it. If you do, exile a card from your hand, and you can tap it for colorless, but if Gemstone Caverns has a luck counter on it, instead add 1 mana of any color. If you're the starting player, this is really bad. But if you aren't, well, it's kind of like you mulligan in order to get a mana boost, and you will have 2 mana on turn 1. That's like not a small thing that can really help you out. And it's worth mulliganing to do that. One thing I do want to note, I've seen a lot in the comments as I've been doing the set review, is that if you exile a card with Warp with this, for example, you can't cast it as if you warped it earlier. It has to get exiled by the Warp mechanic in order for you to cast it from exile later. You can't just cast any card with Warp from exile. So you can't really overcome the card disadvantage this gives you, even with a card with Warp. So keep that in mind. But I still think this is actually a playable land. You do need to side it out of your deck in a situation where you know you're the starting player. Like, you don't want this in your deck if you're the starting player because it's just a bad land. But if you're not the starting player, it does give you a pretty legitimate advantage, and one that, like I said, is worth mulliganing for in most games. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Grove of the Burn Willows. It taps for colorless, or it can tap for red or green, and each opponent gains 1 life. This is really good fixing since it always enters untapped, and you don't have to tap it and let your opponent gain life if you only need the colorless mana. And giving your opponent life with your land isn't optimal. This isn't a set with ways to punish your opponent for gaining life, but it's definitely worth the downside to have a land that's so good for your mana base, giving it a B-. Next up, it's High Market. It can tap for colorless, and you can tap it and sack a creature to gain 1 life. So this is a free sacrifice outlet, but it's rarely worth giving up a creature to only gain 1 life. That said, there are reasons to sacrifice stuff in this format, especially in Black-Red, which is the deck that's the most into Void, a mechanic that pays you off for having things leave the battlefield, and this gives you a way to do that. There are also some straight-up sacrifice payoffs in Black-Red, so I think in that deck this is actually playable if you get there on having enough expendable things and enough bonuses for sacrificing things like Void, but I think it's an F in most decks and a C in that kind of deck. Next up, it's Hissing Quagmire. It enters tap, can tap for black or green, and you can pay 1 generic, a black, and a green, and it becomes a 2/2 black and green elemental creature with Death Touch until end of turn. It's still a land. So here's the black-green creature land. It's not quite as intimidating when it becomes a creature as like the Tar Pit or Colonnade are, as a 2/2 Death Touch isn't going to be that great at pressuring your opponent, but it does mean this is a land that can potentially trade for their best creature, along with all the usual creature land upside, giving it a B. Next up, it's Inkmoth Nexus, which can tap for colorless, and you can pay 1 generic to have it become a 1/1 Phyrexian Blinkmoth artifact creature with flying and infect until end of turn. It's still a land. So this is the Phyrexianized version of the other Nexus we saw earlier, and honestly, it's going to be a little worse on average than Blinkmoth Nexus is, because this set doesn't have a significant enough poison theme for this to really win that way. It does get interesting with stats boosts and stuff, but in Limited, you'd much rather just do damage the usual way than give your opponent counters. But it's still a land that can become an artifact and a creature. It also does damage to creatures in the form of -1/-1 counters, so blocking something with it even has some value. So it's still pretty good, just not as good as Blinkmoth is in Limited, giving it a B-. Next up, it's Inventor's Fair. It's a legendary land. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 3 or more artifacts, you gain a life. It taps for colorless, and you can pay 4 generic, tap it, and sacrifice it to tutor up an artifact card and put it into your hand. Activate only if you control 3 or more artifacts. All the decks in this format are going to be capable of sometimes getting value out of this, and some of them will be really good at it. The ones that are more focused on artifacts, like blue-black, will be really good at getting value out of this. Being able to tutor up whatever artifact is left in your deck that's your best artifact can sometimes be really powerful, and the incidental life gain doesn't hurt either. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Lava Claw Reaches. It enters tapped, can tap for black or red, and you can pay 1 generic, a black, and a red, and until end of turn, it becomes a 2/2 black and red elemental creature token with X. This creature gets +X+0 until end of turn. It's still a land. So this creature land can hit super hard when there's nothing standing in the way, but its baseline is pretty underwhelming, and it doesn't have any evasion. It is kind of interesting as a land that can be used to station, though, since its power can potentially be really high. I'm giving it a B. Next, it's Lotus Field. It has hexproof. It enters tapped. When it enters, you sacrifice 2 lands, and you can tap it to add 3 mana of any one color. So this is amazing in 60-card formats, especially Pioneer, where it powers a whole deck, but it's tough to do anything special with it in Limited. Having to give up lands kind of makes it a wash since it only produces 3 mana, and there aren't that many ways to untap it in the format. That's where this land gets really interesting, when you can untap it. But even then, you really need stuff to spend the mana on and a bunch of untap effects, and those two things are highly unlikely to come together in Limited. This is an F. Next up, it's Lumbering Falls, which is a land that enters tapped, and it can tap for green or blue, and you can pay 2 generic, a green and a blue, and until end of turn, it becomes a 3/3 green and blue elemental creature with hexproof. So hexproof on a creature land is pretty sweet. They are already largely immune to sorcery speed removal just because they're generally only going to be creatures on your turn in most cases. And this makes it virtually immune to all removal because it can't be targeted when it's a creature. The creature you get is kind of underwhelming. It's just a 3/3, but still big enough to be relevant on most boards, giving it a B. Next up, it's Mana Confluence, which is a land. You can tap it and pay a life to add 1 mana of any color. This offers amazing fixing and nothing else, but a land that enters untapped and can tap for any color of mana is really strong and limited, and paying the life is well worth the downside. It's a B-. Next up, it's Meteor Crater, which you can tap and choose a color of a permanent you control and add 1 mana of that color. It's pretty annoying that this can't produce any mana at all until you have a colored permanent in play. At some point, it's going to be able to produce both of your main colors of mana, but the downside of having a blank text box when you play it early is pretty disastrous because sometimes you have to run lands out like that, and it's not good at helping you splash a third color either, since you aren't going to have your third color card in play most of the time. I think it's a D. Next up, it's Mirror Pool. It enters tapped and can tap for colorless. You can pay 2 generic and a colorless and tap it and sacrifice it to copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. You may choose new targets for the copy, and you can pay 4 generic and a colorless and tap it and sacrifice it to create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. This land might enter tapped and only produce colorless, but it does have some very real upside that can allow you to grind out wins in longer games. However, this format doesn't really have any built-in ways to produce the colorless mana you need. In fact, there are only 2 cards that do it in the whole set. There is more of it on this bonus sheet as we've seen, but so few of those cards are going to get opened that you can't rely on the bonus sheet to give you ways to produce colorless mana, and that really holds this card back, because if you don't have regular access to these activated abilities, it's just a land that's horrible for your mana base that enters tap, so it's an F in a set that just doesn't have colorless mana. Next up, it's Mutavault. It taps for colorless, and you can pay 1 generic, and it becomes a 2/2 creature with all creature types until end of turn. It's still a land. This is another nice creature land. It doesn't have evasion or anything, but it animates for a very reasonable cost. It would be better in a set that has a prominent typal theme, but that's not really going on at all in this set. There's like 1 Kavu payoff and maybe a handful of other payoffs for creature types, but there's nowhere near enough of them for this card to be more than just a land that can turn into a 2/2. The good news is that makes for a pretty good card. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Mystifying Maze. It can tap for colorless, and you can pay 4 generic and tap it to exile target attacking creature an opponent controls. At the beginning of the next end step, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. This isn't very good for limited. It's tempting to imagine this blanking attacks, but because this is on the board, your opponent knows it's coming and can play around it quite easily, like by attacking with any of their mini creatures that likely have an enters trigger. The ability is also super expensive for what it is, and it hurts your mana in a big way, so I think it's just an F. Next up, it's Needle Spires, which is a land that enters tapped and can tap for red or white, and you can pay 2 generic, a red and a white, and it becomes a 2/1 red and white elemental creature with double strike until end of turn. So a 2/1 double strike is relevant on almost any board and can get particularly nasty when you're holding on to tricks, and before you feel like animating it, it's great for your mana, like all of these are, giving it a B. Next up, it's Nesting Grounds. It taps for colorless, and you can pay 1 generic and tap it to move a counter from target permanent you control onto another target permanent, activate only as a sorcery. Moving counters has some relevance in this set. The green-white deck in the format is a +1/+1 counter deck, and the spacecraft use charge counters, but only moving 1 at a time is super slow, even for a relatively low cost, and this is another one of these lands that's just bad for your mana base, and it can't overcome that problem. I think it's a D. Next, it's Petrified Field. It can tap for colorless, or you can tap it and sacrifice it to return target land card from your graveyard to your hand. This activated ability is rarely worth using since your lands aren't likely to be all that powerful, even with this bonus sheet, and giving up a land to get another one back isn't particularly useful when you're usually getting back basics. This just looks like an F to me. Next up, it's Plaza of Heroes. It can tap for colorless. It can also tap for 1 mana of any color, but you can spend that mana only to cast a legendary spell. And it can also tap for 1 mana of any color among legendary permanents you control. And you can pay 3 generic, tap it, and exile this land to make target legendary creature hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. You know, if we'd seen this on the Final Fantasy bonus sheet, it would have been an okay card, at least because there were so many legendaries. This set doesn't have nearly as many. There are only a handful of them at lower rarities, I think 7 at uncommon or lower, and they're all gold cards, so you're not that likely to be playing all of them. So this means you're rarely tapping into this card's actual power, and that's not worth making your mana really bad. I'm giving it an F. Next up, it's Power Depot, an artifact land that enters tap, can tap for colorless, and it can tap for 1 mana of any color, but you can spend that mana only to cast artifact spells or activate abilities of artifacts, and it has modular 1, which means it enters with a +1/+1 counter on it, and when it dies, you can put its +1/+1 counter on target artifact creature. So this is a land that comes with artifact typing, and that means it has a bit of value in the format, even if it does enter tapped and only produces colorless for your non-artifacts. Modular is okay to have, but getting access to that counter isn't very easy, although there are a few cards that allow you to sacrifice lands for value and artifacts for value, and that's where this will feel particularly good. But I'm not confident that playing this is better than just running a basic land in most decks. I'm giving it a D+. Next up, it's Raging Ravine. It enters tapped, can tap for red or green, and you can pay 2 generic, a red and a green, and until end of turn, it becomes a 3/3 red and green elemental creature with, whenever this creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. It's still a land. So this begins as a 3/3, which isn't amazing, but it gets better every time it attacks, and it snowballs in a big way. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Reflecting Pool. It can tap for 1 mana of any type that a land you control could produce. This is too reliant on your other lands to be that good, since it means that it isn't ever going to give you your second color of mana when you really need it. When you do have both types of lands you need, it can help you produce multiples of those colors, which is nice, but the limitations here are significant, giving it a C-. Next up, it's Scavenger Grounds. It has a desert subtype, can tap for colorless, and you can pay 2 generic, tap it, and sacrifice a desert to exile all graveyards. So this format does not have a massive graveyard theme. There's really only one color pair that's super into the graveyard in black-green, and black-red is kind of interested in the graveyard, but it's not all about it, and there's not a major mechanic in the set that allows you to do stuff out of the graveyard either. So this isn't the greatest set for this to show up in. There would be some sets where this would be worth main decking because there's such a graveyard theme in the set, you know, like Innistrad sets or Duskmourn. That's not really the case here, so that makes this a sideboard card since it's bad at producing mana and its effect is irrelevant against a lot of opponents. But if you're playing one of those really graveyard-oriented decks, it's going to be a pretty quality card for you. So I think it's an F in your main deck, but a C out of the sideboard. Next up, it's Shambling Vent. It enters tapped, can tap for white or black, and you can pay 1 generic, a white, and a black, and until end of turn, it becomes a 2/3 white and black elemental creature with lifelink. It's still a land. Yet another nice creature land. This one doesn't have an incredible body, but it does have lifelink, which makes it difficult for you to not get some value out of it, giving it a B. Next up, it's Stirring Wildwood. Enters tapped, can tap for green or white, and you can pay 1 generic, a green, and a white, and until end of turn, it becomes a 3/4 green and white elemental creature with reach. So this is another good one. It offers significant size, and its ability to block flyers can be extra sneaky when your opponent isn't paying attention to your lands, giving it a B. Next up, it's Strip Mine, which can tap for colorless, and you can tap it and sacrifice it to destroy target land. So this is an incredibly strong card, one of the best lands of all time, and perhaps the best land destruction card ever printed, but it's typically not good in Limited, mostly because giving up your own land to destroy one of theirs isn't meaningful most of the time, because lands on average just aren't strong enough in Limited. That said, there is one really nasty thing you can do with the Mine in this format. If you play the 4 mana 2/4, it lets you cast lands from your graveyard, and lets you play an extra land each turn, you can use the Mine to destroy 2 lands every turn, at which point it becomes completely absurd, and land destruction does start to matter when you're doing that much of it. Now, that other card is a rare, and you shouldn't count on pulling it off, but if you have a copy of that creature, and especially if you have 2, Strip Mine suddenly becomes worth it. It's going to be hard not to want to play Strip Mine in that situation, but it is a combo with only a single rare in the format, and I don't think that quite warrants a build-around grade, so I'm just giving it a D. Next up, it's Sunken Citadel. It has the Cave subtype, enters tapped, and as it enters, you choose a color. It can tap for 1 mana of the chosen color, and you can tap it to add 2 mana of the chosen color. Spend this mana only to activate abilities of land sources. So this is mostly just a good source of fixing. Like, if it was only a land that has you choose a color and then taps for mana of that color, it'd be like a C or a C+. Its second ability won't come up a ton, but because of the bonus sheet, it's not impossible for you to have some lands to use that ability on. Like, it's good at helping you animate all these creature lands, for example. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Swarm Yard. It's a land that can tap for colorless, and you can also tap it to regenerate target insect, rat, spider, or squirrel. The only one of these creature types that is in this set is insect, but there are a decent number of them, including 8 at common, so I think this is actually worth running in the right deck. Those insects are most concentrated in black-green, so if you're in a deck with those colors and you have 5 or more insects, which I think is doable, you'll be running this. But I think it's an F in your typical deck, which doesn't have more than 1 or 2 creatures that it can regenerate. But if you have a good number of insects, it's probably a C+. Regeneration is really strong when you don't have to pay any mana for it. Next up, it's Terrain Generator, which is a land that can tap for colorless, and you can pay 2 generic and tap it to put a basic land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. So this kind of effect is bad and limited because you rarely have extra random basic lands in your hand to play. Even in the early game, it maybe gives you 1 extra land that gives you a bit of a boost for like a second, but that advantage quickly diminishes because as soon as you don't hit a land drop, things go back to how they were, and at that point the ability is never useful again. It does give you an instant speed way to trigger landfall, but I still think it's a D-. Next up, it's Thespian Stage, which can tap for colorless, and you can pay 2 generic and tap it, and it becomes a copy of target land, except it has this ability. Copying lands isn't going to be useful very often in Limited, although it does mean this land can produce more than just colorless mana, but having to spend the mana to get there is a pretty big problem. If you end up with a few of the best lands on this bonus sheet, it probably becomes worth playing, but I don't see that happening very often. It does also let you copy your opponent's lands, which does make it a little broader, but it's still not very good in Limited. I'm giving it a D. And our last card from the Stellar Sights bonus sheet is Wandering Fumarole. It enters tapped, can tap for blue or red, and you can pay 2 generic, a blue and a red, and until end of turn it becomes a 1/4 blue and red elemental creature with pay 0, switch this creature's power and toughness until end of turn. It's still a land. So we're finishing off with another one of these good creature lands. This one can hit hard when it needs to and plays defense well when it needs to as well. I'm giving it a B. All right. Let's move now to the special guests. These are 10 reprints with special card frames meant to make them look like retro science fiction pulp magazines. Remember, these are even rarer than a bonus sheet with only 1.8% of packs containing them. And the first of these is Deafening Silence, an enchantment that costs 1 white mana, and each player can't cast more than 1 non-creature spell each turn. This is terrible in Limited. You go down a card for a symmetrical effect that rarely matters since people playing more than 1 non-creature spell a turn in Limited isn't exactly commonplace. It's an F. Next up, it's Robe of Stars, which for 1 generic and a white is an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +0/+3, and it also gives the creature the ability to phase out for 1 generic and a white, and the equip cost is 1 generic. So this is a good way to protect your creature, but cards like this that are almost purely protection don't fare very well in Limited since the power level of your creatures is low, and protecting the typical Limited creature isn't worth a whole card. Like, you'd much rather have a 2-mana 2/2 most of the time than this. It is an artifact, and its effect isn't irrelevant, so it's probably going to make the cut sometimes, but I think it's a D. Next up, it's Nexus of Fate, which for 5 generic and 2 blue is an instant that says take an extra turn after this one. If this card would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, reveal this card and shuffle it into its owner's library instead. So taking an extra turn is really strong, even when it costs 7, and in Limited, the chances of you drawing this thing again are kind of reasonable. It's too expensive to be insanely strong, though. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Paradox Haze, which is an enchantment aura with enchant player, and it costs 2 generic and a blue, and it says at the beginning of enchanted player's first upkeep each turn, that player gets an additional upkeep step after this step. It's very difficult to consistently take advantage of giving yourself another upkeep trigger. Mostly, you're going to use up this card and it's never going to do anything, and even if it does give you like 1 more trigger, you're still not really at a point where you feel good about having spent this card. This is a kind of card where casting it will just feel like you mulliganed for no reason, so I think it's an F. Next up, it's Darkness, which for 1 black mana is an instant, and it says prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. Fogs never play well in Limited. You go down a card for an effect that only delays the inevitable in most cases. People always look at these and they imagine the scenario where their opponent alpha strikes and then they cast this and it prevent all the damage and then they destroy their opponent on the backswing. But those situations need so many things to line up for a card like this to actually be relevant that it just doesn't happen enough for this to be a card that's ever worth running. It's an F. Next up, it's Magus of the Moon, which for 2 generic and a red is a human wizard. It's a 2/2, and non-basic lands are basic mountains. Nerfing non-basic lands isn't meaningful in Limited, and this has horrible stats. It's another F. Next up, it's Burgeoning, which for 1 green mana is an enchantment, and it says whenever an opponent plays a land, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. So if you play this on turn 1, there is some potential for serious ramp. But you do need to have the lands, which is not guaranteed, and you'll find that you quickly run out of them. And it's a pretty awful card from the mid-game on, so yeah, this is another F. Next up, it's Green Sun Zenith, which for an X and a green is a sorcery, and you search your library for a green creature card with mana value X or less, put it onto the battlefield, and then you shuffle Green Sun Zenith into its owner's library. Well, it looks like we're going to break our string of Fs at least, although it's not like this is incredible and limited either. Tutoring something up directly to the battlefield is good, but keep in mind it's restricted to green creatures. But if you're playing green, you probably have plenty of those. The Zenith does mean you overpay by 1 for whatever creature you grab, but it's worth the cost for that flexibility. I'm giving it a B-. Next, it's Sliver Overlord, which costs 1 of each color of mana for a 7/7 legendary Sliver mutant. And you can pay 3 generic and search your library for a Sliver card, reveal that card, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. Or you can pay 3 generic to gain control of target Sliver. This set has 1 card in it at rare that makes slivers, and this can't even tutor it up because it's not actually a sliver. It's an artifact that makes slivers. This is just a very hard to cast 5 mana 7/7, and that's nowhere near worth it. It's an F. And our last card from the special guests is Warping Whale, which costs 1 generic and a colorless for an instant, and you have 3 choices. You can exile target creature with power toughness 1 or less, you can counter a sorcery spell, or you can create a 1/1 colorless Eldrazi Scion creature token. It has sacrifice this token, add colorless. So this card's actually pretty decent when it shows up in a format that has colorless mana, but because this set has so little, you won't be able to cast this very often, so it's another F. Alright, so those are all of the cards that will show up on occasion in your booster packs, the Stellar Sights bonus sheet and the special guests. As usual, there were a lot of Fs. That's usually how these go because a lot of these reprints are more intended for Commander players, but I am really excited that they are giving us all of those dual lands because those are all really fun and really powerful. So that does it for this video. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you're caught up on the set review, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. And if you want to catch future content, including an archetype guide, draft videos, and more about this format, go ahead and subscribe. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Hone, and this is my Edge of Eternities archetype guide. I've already evaluated every single card in the set, and in this video, I'm going to break down the synergies for each of the 2 color archetypes in the format. This video focuses on what each of these color pairs wants to do in the format. And that means I'm generally not going to just mention cards that are really good in every kind of deck, like premium removal and bombs, unless they have some specific synergy within a color pair. If you want to know more about my thoughts on what's good in this set more broadly, check out my set review. Alright, let's get started. So let's start with blue-black. So as usual, every color pair in the set has a signpost uncommon. In this set, there's only 1 signpost uncommon per color pair. Lately, we've been seeing a few more than 1. And this time around, the blue-black signpost uncommon is Alfariel, Dreaming Acolyte. When he enters, you draw 2 and discard 2 unless you discard an artifact. So blue-black is an artifact deck. That's what this signpost uncommon wants to tell us. And it's sort of a grindy deck for artifacts where you want to be drawing cards and generating value a little more slowly with your artifact stuff. We'll see that there's another color pair into artifacts that is more about aggro, but this one is the slower one that can grind out value with cards like Alfariel, which gets a lot better when you have artifacts to discard. So what are the artifact payoffs at common and uncommon in blue-black? Well, there's Alfariel, of course. There's also Cerebral Download, which surveils X, where X is the number of artifacts you control, and then you draw 3 cards. So if you have a lot of artifacts, that can really go off because you get to see so many cards and maybe even load your graveyard. You're always going to draw 3, but seeing all of those cards and getting that card selection makes the card a lot stronger. There's also Cloud Sculpt Technician, which gets +1/+0 as long as you control an artifact. There's Graveblade Heavy, which gets +1/+0, and Death Touch as long as you control an artifact. There's Mechan Assembler, which has a really powerful effect. Anytime another artifact you control enters, you create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token, but it triggers only once a turn. That's the kind of card that I think will really be at home in this deck, which wants to grind out value with artifacts, because generating extra bodies is a huge deal. Mechan Shieldmate is a creature with Defender most of the time, but if an artifact enters, it loses Defender. Monoist Circuit Feeder is going to be one of the premium cards for this deck because it turns into a simultaneous removal spell and board pump effect when it enters, and also just has a 6 mana 4/4 flying body, which is a threat in its own right. It's going to be one of the most important payoffs for this deck. Scour for Scrap is a 4 mana instant that lets you search your library for an artifact card and return an artifact from your graveyard to your hand. I have some concerns about this card in terms of not adding to the board and needing some setup like an artifact in your graveyard, but if there's a deck for it, obviously it's this one. It becomes a 4 mana draw 2, and the 2 cards you draw are pretty good. There is Self-Craft Mechan, which when it enters lets you sack an artifact, and when you do, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and draw a card. One thing you'll note is a lot of these are artifacts, and that all means they're enablers and payoffs, which is always nice. Steel Swarm Operator can tap for mana for artifacts. It can produce 1 blue to cast artifact spells, and it can produce 2 blue to spend this mana only to activate on abilities of artifacts. So let's look at the rares that work well here. Well, there's Emissary Escort, a 2 mana 0/4 that gets +X/+0, where X is the greatest mana value among other artifacts you control. There's Memnon, the right hand, which turns into a value engine when you have enough artifacts, because it lets you play artifacts from the top of your library, and it also lets your artifacts tap for mana, but only to cast cards from anywhere other than your hand. So this means the top of your library, but it also means cards with warp, which is a big deal in the format. There's Secluded Starforge, which can make artifact creature tokens, and its other activated ability lets you buff creatures by tapping artifacts. There's Synthesizer Lab Ship. Its 2+ charge counter ability makes it so at the beginning of combat you can animate artifacts into 2/2 flyers. You can use this on things that aren't already artifacts, or you can use it to upgrade an artifact creature that you might have. There's also Tezzeret, Cruel Captain. He gains loyalty counters when artifacts enter. He can untap artifacts and creatures. He can tutor up artifacts with mana value 1 or less. And his ultimate puts 3 +1/+1 counters on an artifact you control, and if it's not a creature, it becomes a 0/0 robot artifact creature. So that's blue-black. It's a grindier artifact deck. There's also blue-red, which is more aggressive. Here the signpost uncommon is Memnon, Uthros Exile. And whenever an artifact you control enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. One thing to note about most of the artifact payoffs in this set is that they don't care whether things are tokens. And that's good news, because this format has a bunch of artifact tokens in the form of robots and landers and stuff. So these are going to be even better than they usually are when these cards say non-token. And blue-red is mostly about using artifacts to make your creatures stronger. You know, that's sort of what an aggro deck would be doing, and that's what Memnon is doing here. So what are the payoffs at common and uncommon? Well, there's Memnon, and then there's the others that we've already seen. Things like Steel Swarm Operator, which can tap for mana. Things like Self-Craft Mechan, which can let you sack artifacts to make it bigger and draw a card. Mechan Shieldmate might be a little better in this deck because it's a 2 mana 3/2. And if you can play an artifact on turn 3 and you're like the beatdown, being able to attack with this on turn 2 is pretty strong. Same thing with the Technician. It might be a little bit better here because it becomes a better attacker when you control artifacts. And a Mechan Assembler, I think, is probably a little more well-suited to the blue-black deck, but one sweet thing about it is if Memnon's in play, anytime you play an artifact, you're going to get another token and another counter because of that ability. Then there's stuff like Oreplate Pangolin, which you can pay 1 generic anytime you have an artifact in order to put a counter on it. There is Weft Stalker Ardent, which does 1 damage to your opponent anytime a creature or artifact enters. And there's Slag Drill Scrapper, which lets you sacrifice artifacts or lands to draw cards. When it comes to rares, we've already seen most of them, but there is also Pinnacle Emissary, which is a blue-red card, which is really strong. It generates a 1/1 flyer anytime you cast an artifact spell, and it has Warp for blue-red hybrid mana, which means there might be turns where you can play this earlier and then drop an artifact and get a token worth of value out of it. Rust Harvester is also quite strong. You do have to get artifacts in your graveyard, but once they're there, it can exile them, turn them into counters, and into burn spells. So it can turn into a crazy value engine if you've got stuff in your graveyard. And Tanic Steadfast Second gives your artifact cards and red creatures warp for 2 generic and a red. Warmaker Gunship does damage equal to the number of artifacts you control when it enters, making it one of these really good spacecraft because it's a removal spell to begin with, and then it turns into a threat later. So that's blue-red. It's a more aggressive artifact deck. Let's move to black-red now, where the focus is most on the void mechanic. It's not the only color pair with Void, but it is the color pair with the most Void and that is the most concentrated on it. Our signpost uncommon here is Interceptor Mechan. It's a 4-mana 2/2 flyer. When it enters, you can return an artifact or creature card from your graveyard to your hand. That's pretty good value to begin with, but it also has a Void trigger. And Void checks to see if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn, and if it did, something good happens. In this case, the Mechan gains a +1/+1 counter. So not only can this give you a 2-for-1 up front by bringing back an artifact or creature, it can also grow into a very real threat. Its interest trigger does work nicely with Void because in this deck, you're likely to want to give up permanents sometimes to trigger other cards with Void, and this can get them back. So in terms of payoffs and enablers, I went a little deeper here than I usually do, mostly because there are so many different ways to trigger Void, and I wanted to touch on all of them in some capacity. So one of the ways is with lander tokens. So you've got a card like Beamsaw Prospector, which makes a lander when it dies, and landers can be sacrificed for 2 generic. That counts as something that will trigger Void. You can also run things that sacrifice artifacts, like Comet Crawler, which when it attacks has you sack a creature or artifact. And if you do, it gets a buff, and it will also help trigger your things with Void. Cheap cards with Warp, like Caesurian Voidborn, which has Void for only 1 black mana, are going to be really efficient ways to trigger Void sometimes. Hilderblade is a card with Void. It equips to a creature for free at the beginning of your instep if you've done the Void thing. Hymn of the Faller is a better draw spell if you've triggered Void. Void-Forged Titan triggers at your instep if you did the Void thing, and you get draw a card and lose a life if you did. Caveron Skywarden gains a +1/+1 counter at the beginning of your instep. Plasma Bolt becomes an even better removal spell. Tragic Trajectory, same thing. It's already a good removal spell, but it becomes a better one. Roving Actuator, when it enters, lets you cast a cheap spell from your graveyard for free if you've triggered Void. Insatiable Skittermaw is another creature that gains a +1/+1 counter. And then there are also some ways to sacrifice them in addition to Comet Crawler that will work nicely. When you're sacrificing things for value already and you have something like Lightless Evangel in play, which will gain a counter whenever you sack a creature or artifact, and then you're also triggering Void, that's a lot of value. And Umbral Collar Zealot is probably the premier way to trigger Void just because it can do it for free and for some very real value, and it has good stats. As I said throughout the set review, I do have concerns about Void because every other time we've seen a mechanic like this, it's underwhelmed. The cards basically already had to be good without Void to be good. And that makes me worry about cards like Insatiable Skittermaw, for example. The thing is, it always looks like these are going to be easier to trigger than you think, because you say, well, this happens all the time, and there are built-in ways to trigger it. But you need the card with Void, and you need the thing to happen that will trigger Void all in the same turn, and that lines up a lot less frequently than you'd think. There's always a window where these cards can be pretty bad, like killing a Skittermaw for 1 mana, for example, is a pretty backbreaking play. I do think this might be better than other versions, and these are things like Revolt and Morbid, which checked for various things. Revolt actually checked to see if a permanent left the battlefield. Morbid specifically looked to see if a creature died. I do think the addition of Warp especially may make this better than those other incarnations, but I do think some of these cards ask way too much for you, like the Actuator demanding that you have a spell of the right mana value in your graveyard to actually do something is kind of a bummer too. So I do have some concerns about this color pair just because of how this kind of mechanic has fared in the past, but it does look like there's pretty good support for it. What are the rares here? Well, you've got Alfariel Stone Chosen, whose Void ability makes your opponent lose half their life, rounded up, when it attacks. Elegy Acolyte, now this is one that is just going to be good no matter what, because it's a good card anyway. 4 mana, 4/4 lifelink, and whenever one or more of your creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you get to draw a card and lose a life. Great card. And then it has Void on top of that, and it interacts pretty well with how the Acolyte works, because if you triggered Void at the beginning of your instep, you make a 2/2 robot token, and that means every time you attack your opponent with something, they have to decide whether to try to block it and trade with it and let you draw a card, or block and then let you make a robot. So things can get kind of out of hand with that card. It's very strong. Corral of the Void I have less confidence in just because it's an enchantment and there's this window where your opponent can blow you out. It's expensive, it needs some setup, but it does let you reanimate stuff from your opponent's graveyard, and if you trigger Void, it does stick around. If you don't, it gets sacrificed. I have Tanic here because he's a way to give your creatures Warp and artifacts Warp, and Warp works nicely here. Memorial Vault lets you give up artifacts to look at the top X cards of your library, where X is 1 plus the mana value of the sacrificed artifact. So it can trigger Void and potentially draw you more cards. And this is pretty much, if there is a deck in the format for weapons manufacturing, it's this one. It likes it when you have non-token artifacts enter, so you need to be doing that. But also, it makes these tokens that don't do anything unless they leave the battlefield. So if you have some sacrifice outlets, you can make it work, turn those tokens into shocks. So that's black-red. It's a void deck. You want your stuff to be leaving the battlefield in a variety of ways. It does also count blinking and stuff, by the way. That's just not going to actually come up that much in black-red because black-red doesn't usually get that. Mostly you're going to be using effects like sacrifice, killing your opponent's creatures, trading, things like that are going to be what triggers void for you most of the time. All right, let's move now to red-white. It is the deck that's the most into spacecraft in the format. That's a big theme in this set in general. They happen to be artifacts, so they work with most of the decks we've talked about so far. But red-white specifically has a bunch of payoffs for having spacecraft or for having tapped things. And you have to tap creatures to station spacecraft, so it works out nicely. For example, our signpost uncommon here is Sammy Ship's Engineer, a 4-mana 2/4, and if you control 2 or more tapped creatures at your instep, you make a 2/2 robot artifact creature token. So things can kind of snowball with these because you're already stationing, and then you get another body that can help you station. It is worth noting they can be tapped in any way. It doesn't matter. Stationing is the way to do it without putting your creatures at risk. But sometimes you can just attack and trigger this too, which is going to feel just as good. So what are the other payoffs for doing spacecrafty station things? Well, in addition to Sammy, there's a card like Dawnstrike Vanguard, which if you control 2 or more tapped creatures at your instep, puts a +1/+1 counter on all your stuff except itself. There is Flight Deck Coordinator, which at the beginning of your instep, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, you gain 2 life. There is Frontline War Rager, same kind of trigger, but in this case, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. There's Starfighter Pilot, which when it becomes tapped, surveils 1. There's Vault Guard Trooper, which at the beginning of your instep, if you have 2 of those tapped creatures, you can discard your hand and draw 2. So it's a nice way to reload your hand and keep getting gas. Drill Too Deep is an artifact removal spell that also has a mode where you can put charge counters on your spacecraft, which can potentially turn them into creatures out of nowhere. Focus Fire is a removal spell that does damage to attacking or blocking creatures, and it gets better the number of creatures and or spacecraft you control. And Invasive Maneuvers is a good removal spell that gets better if you control a spacecraft. Pulsar Squadron Ace is a 2-mana 1/2 where you reveal the top 5, and if you see a spacecraft, you put it into your hand, and if you don't, it gets a counter. Systems Override is an effect that you can use to steal your opponent's stuff, which might mean it's actually better in the black-red deck, which has ways to sacrifice things, more of them. But it's interesting here because you can actually use it on your own spacecraft, and part of the effect puts 10 charge counters on it. So this is likely to turn any one of your spacecrafts into a creature for a turn, which could have some value in this deck. In addition to a card like Systems Override just being kind of good in aggro decks in general, because you can get a blocker out of the way and attack them with it. There's Thaumaton Torpedo, an artifact that can destroy non-land permanents, but it gets cheaper if you attack with a spacecraft this turn. So, rares that work nicely with this theme. There's Sunstar Chaplain, another card that likes it if at your instep you have 2 or more tapped creatures. In this case, it puts a +1/+1 counter on something. You can actually use its ability to remove its own counters and pay 2 to tap other artifacts or creatures, which does kind of give you another way to trigger these effects. It does seem like it'll kind of be a wash most of the time because you give up a counter to do it, but if you have other triggers around, he can be used to tap your own stuff in addition to your opponent's. There is the Seriema, which is itself a spacecraft. I don't think it's super playable unless you have a couple of legendaries in your deck, but that is doable, and it's going to be extra good in this deck because you've also got spacecraft payoffs. Warmaker Gunship we already saw as an artifact payoff, but it's a spacecraft. It'll work nicely here too. Lumen Class Frigate is a spacecraft that is an anthem well before it ever becomes a creature, and then can become a pretty good creature. I also have a Stelly Reclaimer here, so its Interest trigger returns a non-creature, non-land with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's not going to be that easy to have non-creature, non-lands in your graveyard. It just isn't usually in terms of permanence. Like, it has to be a permanent. And in Limited, you're not going to have that many of them, except all of these spacecraft work. So if your opponent killed one of your spacecraft, it does give you something to reanimate. So it works nicely here. So that's red-white. It likes going wide and stationing things and tapping your stuff down for value. Black-white is a somewhat similar deck. It is also a go-wide deck. The signpost in common here is Sir Vondam, the Lucent. He's a 5-mana 4/4 with Death Touch and Lifelink, and when he enters or attacks, other creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain Death Touch until end of turn. So yeah, he's screaming at you, go as wide as you can, attack with me, and we'll do tons of damage. So what are the payoffs and enablers for going wide in addition to Sir Vondam? Well, we already saw Dawnstrike Vanguard. It works nicely in the red-white deck because it likes it when your stuff's tapped. This deck is going to be less into Spacecraft, but it's still going to have tap stuff, and it's going to be wide, so the counters are going to be good. You've got a card like Dual Sun Adepts, which is a 3-mana 2/2 double strike that can also buff your whole board. You've got Faller's Faithful, a card that I was wrong about in my set review. I overlooked the fact that you can actually target your own stuff with it, so it's another way, by the way, to enable Void, but you can also use it to get rid of a token that you've made in this deck and destroy your own thing and draw 2, in addition to having a mode where it can kill the opponent's stuff, which is nice. But here, it's suitable because you're going to have tokens and stuff to kill for drawing 2 cards, which is pretty good. Focus Fire works here just like it does in the red-white deck. Honored Knight Captain makes a 1/1 token when it enters, so it gives you 2 bodies. You can also give it up to tutor up equipment. Knight Luminary can make up to 3 bodies because you can warp it to get 1/1/1. Then you can cast it, get the 3/2, and then get another 1/1. So it's going to be a key comment in this deck for going wide. Lux Knight Breacher gets a +1/+1 counter on it for each other creature and or artifact you control. Susurian Voidborn, which you saw earlier just because it's a really good enabler for Void in terms of warp. It works nicely here because you're going to have a bunch of bodies, you're going to be sending them at your opponent, and when those things die, they drain your opponent life. That kind of effect always makes combat kind of a nightmare for your opponent. There's also Zealous Display, which gives +2/+0 to your whole board until end of turn. And there's Vote Out, a removal spell that has Convoke, which this deck will be especially good at using. So, what are the rares here? Well, there's Adagia, Windswept Bastion. It can create copies of artifacts or enchantments you control, token copies. So, the ideal thing in this deck is to do creatures. There's also Cosmogrand Zenith, which has 2 triggers that are very attractive for this deck. If you cast your second spell in a turn, you can either make 2 1/1 human soldier creature tokens, so it can help you go wide, or if you're already wide, put a +1/+1 counter on everything. Exalted Sunborn makes all your token making effects better in addition to just being a good creature. Halia, Guided by Light, likes it when you have creatures or artifacts enter because she gains you life. If enough of them enter, she can actually draw you a card. Lumen Class Frigate, probably best in this deck because of that Anthem effect, which is going to be better in a deck that's this good at going wide. There's also another Sir Vondam Sunstar Exemplar. He's a 2-mana 2/2 with Vigilance and Menace, and if you have creatures die, he gets counters and gains life, and so in a deck where you're going really wide, that's going to happen more. Thrumming Hive Pool is the Sliver card in the set, and it makes 2 Sliver creature tokens every turn. They also have Haste and Double Strike, so it's a good way to go wide too. So that's Black-White. It's about going wide. You can also mix in a bit of the sacrifice stuff from Black-Red because you're going to have extra bodies to sacrifice and things like that. Let's move now to Blue-White, which is another aggressive deck, but this one's specifically interested in double spelling. So this color pair has a bunch of cheap cards that make it easy for you to double spell. And then it has payoffs for doing it, like Station Monitor, a 2-mana 2/2 that spits out a 1/1 drone artifact creature token with flying that can only block other flyers. That's a strong payoff. Adding a real body to the board, a flyer, is just really good, and there's lots of value to be had with artifacts in general. So what are the other payoffs we have here? Well, there's Ilvoy Operative, who puts a +1/+1 counter on itself when you cast your second spell. There's Sunstar Lightsmith, which puts a counter on itself and draws you a card when you cast your second spell. There's Uthros Psionicist, which makes your second spell cast each turn cost 2 generic less to cast, so it makes it easier to trigger all of these things. Bright Spear Zealot gets +2/+0 as long as you cast 2 or more spells in a turn. Ilvoy Infiltrator becomes unblockable if you cast 2 or more spells in a turn. And I have Starfield Shepherd here as a stand-in for like all the cheap cards with Warp. So not only is it good to be playing like 1 and 2 mana cards because it'll let you trigger these things more, you can actually probably trigger it more than you'd think based on what your curve looks like, because you have Warp cards like the Shepherd, which has a 2-mana Warp mode, which means on turn 4, you can cast a 2-drop and then do this with Warp, and trigger your station monitor if it's in play. So there are a lot of ways to trigger it that are plentiful because the warp mechanic is pretty pronounced in blue-white. So it looks to me like there's like just enough support and enough payoffs for this color pair to generate some serious value with those double spells. There is really only one rare that really fits in great here. I mean, anything with warp can, like I said, but there's only one card that does a double spell thing at higher rarities, and we already saw it. And in this deck, it's going to be easier for you to trigger it than in red-white. And again, it makes 2/1/1 human soldiers, Cosmic Grand Zenith, or puts a counter on all your stuff. So let's move now to another fairly aggressive color pair, green-white, which is all about +1/+1 counters. Here our signpost uncommon is Halia Ascendant Cadet, which is a 5-mana 3/3 that when it enters or attacks, puts a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. And whenever one or more creatures you control with counters on them deal combat damage to a player, you draw a card. So she is one of these cards that's an enabler and a payoff because she puts counters on things, both when she enters and attacks, and can then draw you cards when your creatures with counters on them hit your opponent. So what other payoffs do we have? Well, there's Dockworker Drone, which comes with a counter, and when it dies, lets you put its counters on something else. There's Drix Fatemaker, which gives all your creatures with counters on them trample, and it can put a counter on something when it enters, and it has warp, so it can potentially do it twice. Melt Strider Eulogist likes it when your creatures with counters on them die, because it draws you a card. Graveblade Trooper is another card that puts a counter on a creature you control when it enters that comes with warp, and whenever you have a non-token creature with a counter on it die, you create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token. Starport Security has a tap-activated ability that gets cheaper if you control a creature with a counter on it. So what rares fit well here? Well, the most notable one might be Diadrine Synthesis Amalgam, because it enters with +1/+1 counters, and when you attack, you can remove a counter from each of 2 creatures you control, and if you do, you draw a card and make a robot creature token. There are also cards that are like all in on counters, like Loading Zone, which makes it so that if you would put counters on a creature, spacecraft, or planet you control, you get twice that many of those kinds of counters. So it works well with stationing too. But these kinds of cards always worry me when they're all in on it, because they, all these other cards we've looked at are creatures who do things with counters, right? But a card that needs you to also have counters, in addition to being a card that doesn't add to the board on its own, those are often liabilities and limited. But if there is a deck for Loading Zone, this is it. We've also got Cosmic Grand Zenith again because of the counter ability. There's also Ouroboros, which puts a bunch of counters on your stuff every turn. There's Sunstar Chaplain again. This deck can more effectively put counters on him. There's also Terra Symbiosis, which, like Loading Zone, doesn't do anything on its own, but it is a big payoff for putting counters on things because you get to draw cards once a turn when you do. All right, let's move to black-green now. It's a graveyard deck, and interestingly, it's the only, pure graveyard deck in this format. Usually there's a little bit of graveyard stuff going on in both black-white and black-red, but this is the only one that's, all in on it, as Seed Ship Broodtender can show you. It's a 2-mana 2/3. When it enters, mills 3, and then it can reanimate creatures or spacecraft from your graveyard by paying 5 and sacking itself. So it's another one of these signposts and commons that's an enabler and a payoff. What are the other payoffs? Well, they're unfortunately kind of sparse. You've got the Broodtender. There's also Fell Graveship, which mills 3 when it enters, and then you can return a creature or spacecraft from your graveyard to your hand. Pull Through Weft lets you return 2 non-land permanents from your graveyard and get 2 lands out of your graveyard, so it's a potential 4-for-1 in this deck. Scrounge for Eternity is a cheaper than usual reanimation spell with a mana value 5 or less restriction. Also gives you a lander token. Timeline Color is pretty sweet because it's a creature who can be warped out of your graveyard and just basically keep coming back as long as you have mana and life. But that's pretty much it, and they're all uncommon. So it sort of looks to me like black-green is more of a good stuff deck with a little bit of graveyard value stuff going on. There are some rares that support this strategy. Icetill Explorer has Landfall Mill a card and lets you play lands from the graveyard, in addition to letting you play lands every turn. And Zoo Ifit lets you reanimate creatures from your graveyard for no mana at all, but they do come back with no abilities. All right, let's move now to the last 2 color pairs, which both are very into lands. There's red-green, which is into landers and landfall. The signpost uncommon here is Tannic Memorial Ensign, and when a land enters in this case, you do 1 to your opponent, and if it's a second time this ability is resolved this turn, you draw a card. So just playing one land a turn allows him to pressure your opponent a little bit, but you really want to be playing more than one to get a ton of value out of him, and the best way to do that pretty much is with lander tokens. That's the easy way to enable it in this format. So you've got cards like Tanic Memorial Ensign as payoffs. There's also Glacier Godmaw, a big 7-mana 6/6 trampler, makes a lander when it enters, and it has a landfall ability that gives +1/+1 vigilance and haste to your whole board. There's Harmonious Grove Strider, which doesn't have landfall, but it likes lands because its power and toughness are each equal to it. Ice Cave Crasher gets +1/+0 when a land enters. Remnant Elemental gets +2/+0 when a land enters. Seed Ship Agrarian is a 4-mana 3/3 that makes a lander when it gets tapped, and it has landfall. Put a +1/+1 counter on it. Territorial Bruntar is a super powerful landfall trigger that lets you reveal cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card, and then you can cast that card this turn, so it basically draws you a card with landfall. Use Social Engineering spits out a 2/2 robot artifact creature token with landfall. It also has warp, so you can play it earlier in the game and then maybe play a land and crack a lander and get a couple 2/2s out of it even before you get to 5 mana. Eumidian Terrabotanist gains you a life when a land enters. So the rares that work well here, there is Biotech Specialist, which makes a lander when it enters and likes it when you sack artifacts because it does 2 to the opponent. There's Famished World Sire, which is not a card I love. It doesn't just automatically win you the game the way an 8-mana card that devours all your lands should, but it does work nicely in this deck if it's going to work anywhere, because it will trigger all of your landfall stuff a ton, because it gobbles up all your lands and then basically rips all your rest of your lands out of your deck and puts them on the battlefield all at once. So it can be a powerful effect. Might Form Harmonizer has a landfall trigger that doubles the power of target creature you control until end of turn. Also has warp, so you can set it up earlier. We already saw Ice Till Explorer. In this deck, it's less about like helping you do a bunch of graveyard stuff and really just about those lands that can help you play from the graveyard. There's Bioengineered Future, which gives you a lander and can help your creatures enter with more counters for each land you had enter the battlefield this turn. So the other color pair in the last one is also into landers, but instead of using them to trigger landfall and make your creatures stronger and do damage to your opponent, it's more of a ramp deck. So here, the signpost uncommon is Biomechan Engineer, a 2-mana 2/2 that makes a lander when it enters. It's already a great rate. And you can pay 8 generic to draw 2 and make a 2/2 robot artifact creature token. So again, this is one that's an enabler, gives you a lander, helps you ramp your mana, and then it's a great place to sink that mana because its activated ability is a really strong one, especially when you're in like top deck mode and all you really need to do is find some action. It gives you action and even adds to the board once you get there. Payoffs. This might actually be the better home for Glacier Godmaw because it's so expensive. I also think this deck is the most suited to the few cards in this format that say something about the number of differently named lands you control. You know, the red-green deck can also splash because it has a lot of landers, but it seems like it's going to be more streamlined into being aggressive and winning with landfall triggers as opposed to grinding out value with landfall triggers and ramping your mana so you can do big, powerful things. So this deck is more likely to have access to a 3rd and 4th color and thus be able to decrease the cost of cards that say draw X, for example, like this one, where X is the number of differently named lands you control. Most of the time in most limited decks, you're going to have 2 differently named lands, but this deck might have an easier time running more basics to set cards like this up because it's so into slowly grinding out value with those lander tokens. It also doesn't hurt that the bonus sheet has a bunch of lands on it, so you can also make these cards better with that sort of thing. I have Pinnacle Killship here just because it's an expensive card that I think will be the most viable in this deck. Not every deck wants a 7-mana spacecraft, but it does kill something, and then you can station it into a 7/7 flyer. Fungal Colossus is another card that's very into differently named lands you control. It makes itself cheaper. Harmonious Grove Strider, we already saw power and toughness equal to the number of lands you control. Larval Scoutlander helps you ramp and fix your mana. It can single-handedly get you 2 lands with different names because you sack 1 land and then grab 2 from your deck. There's also Survey Mechan, which has a strong activated ability that normally costs 10 mana, but it costs X less to activate, where X is the number of lands you control. Does 3 to any target. Target player draws 3 and gains 3. So that's some serious business that I think will be best suited to this deck, as will a big 7-drop like Mouth of the Storm, which also kind of buys you a turn beyond when it comes down because it gives all of your opponent's stuff -3, -0. Rares that work well here, well, obviously there's Gene Morph Imago, which is a 2-mana 1/3 flyer with a landfall trigger, and it gets stronger the more lands you have. Normally it changes a creature's base power and toughness to 3, but if you have 6 or more lands, which this deck's going to be into, it gives that creature base power and toughness 6/6 until end of turn instead. There's also Consult the Star Charts, another card that gets better the more lands you have because it looks at the top X of your library, where X is a number of lands. Extinguisher Battleship is a super expensive spacecraft with a powerful effect that not all decks are going to have access to, but I think this one will be able to cast it. We've already seen Ice Till Explorer and Bioengineered Future, as well as Famished World Sire and Might Form Harmonizer. So those are the 10 color pairs in Edge of Eternities. Some of these are archetypes we've seen before, green-white +1/+1 counters. Others are new and interesting, like the Spacecraft deck, which has interesting payouts for tapping things. I think Landers look really strong in general, so I'm excited about those 2 color pairs. And I'm really excited to play this new format, which I'll be doing very soon, because the early access event is on Wednesday, and I'll be streaming my drafts and posting them here on the channel. If you want to make sure you catch those videos, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. If you want to catch up on the rest of my videos about this format, including an entire set review, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. In Magic the Gathering, a bomb is a good thing. Most frequently used when talking about limited formats, bomb is a word used to describe a card that drastically alters the game in your favor. In other words, they are the cards you most want to open as your Pack 1 Pick 1 in Edge of Eternities draft, or open in your sealed pool at the pre-release. And those are exactly the kind of cards I'm going to be talking about in this video. If you're interested in my thoughts on more than just the strongest cards in the set, then you should check out my set review, where I've given my thoughts on every single card in Edge of Eternities. Alright, without further ado, here are my picks for the 10 strongest cards in Edge of Eternities. At number 10, it's Pinnacle Emissary. For 1 generic, a blue and a red, it's a 3/3, and whenever you cast an artifact spell, you create a 1/1 colorless drone artifact creature token with flying, and this token can block only creatures with flying, and it has warp for a blue-red hybrid mana. So this is an insane value engine. Blue-red is an artifact color pair in this set. It has tons of them all throughout, and you're going to be able to generate creatures with this really easily. Even if you just get one out of it, you're going to be way ahead in the game, and getting multiples is not that difficult. Warp even means you may be able to, like on turn 2, warp this, play a 1-drop artifact, get a 1/1, and then cast the Emissary from exile later. So the warp thing on it isn't just a throwaway. There are going to be times where it's worth doing that because it lets you play other spells that usually will be artifacts, so you'll get even more bodies going. This is the kind of creature that if you don't kill it, you're just going to lose the game. It does take a little bit longer to like break the game wide open than the other cards on this list, and that's why it places as far down on it as it does, but I still think it's one of the 10 most powerful cards in this set for limited. At number 9, I have 0 Point Ballad, which for an X and a black is a sorcery. It says, destroy all creatures with toughness X or less. You lose X life. If X is 6 or more, return a creature card, put into a graveyard this way to the battlefield under your control. This might just have the highest ceiling of any card on this list because it does kind of read, destroy everything, then you get back the best creature, which usually the problem with effects like this that keeps them from being huge bombs in limited, and those effects, I mean wrath effects, is that they're symmetrical, and oftentimes when you cast one and you spend a lot of mana on one, your opponent actually gets to rebuild their board first. This breaks the symmetry inherently because you're going to get to reanimate your best thing if you spend 6 on X. And it's not even just your best thing, it's any best thing, the best creature that goes to the graveyard from this effect. And what's nice is earlier in the game, you can fire this off too. Like if your opponent has built out a board with a bunch of X3s and you have some 4 toughness creatures around, that's also going to let you break the symmetry on this in a big way. In that other mode, having a mode where it's like a smaller board sweeper is great to have on a card that can also just break the game wide open when you pay more for X. The big downside here, obviously, is paying life, and sometimes there are games where you just can't pay 6 life, even when a card like this will flip the board in your favor in a big way. But I love that it's sort of modal. It works as an early game sweeper, and it works great as a late game sweeper too. Next up, it's Cosmogrand Zenith, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/4. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you have 2 options. You can make 2 1/1 white human soldier creature tokens, or put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Both of those triggers are amazing, and I love that they work in different situations. If you need bodies, it can give them to you, and if you've already gone wide, you can just put counters on everything and your board becomes insane. It does buff itself too. The blue-white deck is the one most geared towards double spelling in this format, and the Zenith is probably going to be at its very best there, but every white deck in the format is going to be capable of double spelling. The presence of Warp in the format, which is generally very little mana, makes it easier to double spell than it would be in most formats. Like, playing the Zenith and then playing a 1 mana card is just a back-breaking play, and I think it's something you're going to see a lot of, and it continues to snowball and do this thing all the time. Warp, of course, also helps you trigger it even when you're casting the creature from exile, because you're more likely to have a second spell when you effectively have an extension of your hand in the form of an exiled card. So this is able to generate a lot of value, and I think it does it even more quickly and more powerfully than Pinnacle Emissary does, because it makes more bodies and puts counters on everything. The trigger might be a little harder to get going, but it also is insane after just 1 trigger, and I think that's really great. At number 7, I have Nova Hellkite, which for 3 generic and 2 red is a 4/5 with flying and haste, and when it enters, it deals 1 damage to target creature an opponent controls, and it is warp for 2 generic and red. So most warp creatures, when you warp them, you're just doing it to get an enters trigger or get an effect on the board temporarily. That's not true with Nova Hellkite, because you can warp it for 3, smash in with your 4/5 flying haste, and kill an X1. Either way, you're going to be pretty happy with what you did on turn 3, because then this sits out in exile and you can cast it from there later, comes back, and, you know, a 5 mana 4/5 with flying and haste is already a very good card. That's the floor here because of warp and because of the ping trigger. At number 6, it's Possibility Technician. For 2 generic and a red, it's a 3/3, and when it or another Kavu you control enters, you exile the top card of your library. For as long as that card remains exiled, you may play it if you control a Kavu, and it's another card with warp, in this case for 1 generic and a red. So this is another creature that doesn't really wow you with its stats on its own, but this enters trigger is very strong because it effectively draws you a card. And because of warp, you can get it twice. You can play this on turn 2, and you're not going to be able to use the card that turn. But then when the Technician comes into play again on a later turn, you do gain access to that card again, because once again, you control a Kavu. Throw in the fact that this format has more Kavus, lots of them really, at lower rarities. And this can be a very real value engine that will generate a card worth of value every time a Kavu enters. And it's great that even if the Technician goes down at some point, as long as you have another Kavu, or if you play another Kavu, you gain access to those cards that were exiled by it again. So there are going to be times where you're playing against someone, they have like 3 cards exiled with the Technician, but you manage to kill it, but you have to cross your fingers the rest of the game that they don't draw a Kavu, because when they do, they basically draw 3 cards. And that is just backbreaking. At number 5, it's Elegy Acolyte. For 2 generic and 2 black, it's a 4/4 lifelinker. And whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose a life. That's already pretty good. It makes this a creature that, with the turn you play it, can often just draw you a card because you have a good attack, and that's already going to give you a 2-for-1. But it also comes with more upside than that because it comes with Void, and that means, in this case, at the beginning of your end step, if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, or a spell was warped this turn, you make a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. This can also spit out tokens in addition to drawing you cards, and I absolutely love the tension between these 2 different abilities, because when you play this, your opponent's going to be like, okay, I can't let their creature in or they're going to draw a card, but then, if they don't let the creature in and the best they can do is trade with that creature, well, you're going to get a 2/2 robot. It's going to be hard to get both in the same turn, but it's also not impossible, and when you do, you're already starting out with a 3-for-1, and it seems like a 2-for-1 is pretty close to automatic. Throw in the fact that the baseline here is a card you always play in limited, 4 mana, 4/4 lifelink. You can stop there and you'd play that card. And then it has these 2 super powerful abilities that both generate a card worth of value when they go off, and you have a very strong creature. At number 4, it's a Roboroid, so it has the least impressive stats of anything on this list. It's a 4 mana 1/3, but it has a very strong at the beginning of combat trigger that puts X +1/+1 counters on each creature you control, where X is this creature's power. So generally speaking, and at the beginning of combat trigger isn't quite as foolproof as an enters trigger, which you'll get just for your card, entering. You do have to go to combat, But most of the time, these sorts of triggers that say at the beginning of combat in limited, you just get to get the turn you play it. You do have to pick your spots a tiny little bit more than you do with an enters trigger, but most of the time, you go to combat, you get the value right away, and then maybe your opponent can kill it when they untap, right? But even if they do that, you've already put a +1/+1 counter on all of your creatures, and if they don't kill a Roboroid, it turns into an insane snowball effect because it'll start putting more and more counters on things as it increases its own power with its own ability. So this can make almost any board into a massive threat within like 2 turns. And even if your opponent does kill it right away, you're usually already got a card worth of value out of it, and it's going to feel like a 2-for-1. It's also super cheap, so you can get this started pretty quickly, and if you're just curving out ahead of it and your opponent can't deal with it, the game is just over when you play this on turn 4. And number 3 is Mutinous Massacre. It's definitely the hardest thing to cast on this list at 3 generic, 2 black, and 2 red, but the text box usually just says you win the game, and that's how it ends up here. So it's a sorcery. It says choose odd or even, destroy each creature with mana value of the chosen quality, then gain control of all creatures until end of turn, untap them, they gain haste until end of turn. So in other words, you get to make a choice that will almost always result in you probably doing lethal damage to your opponent. You'll destroy about half the board and you'll gain control of everything else, and your opponent's not going to be at 20 life when you have 7 mana. Whatever it is that's left, you get to attack with and kill your opponent with. And because you choose odd or even, like, you can almost always make whatever choice it is that gives you the lethal damage you need. And you might say, well, once the dust settles and everybody's creatures go back where they're supposed to, you're probably going to lose. But I just don't see very many scenarios where this doesn't end the game when you cast it, so that doesn't really matter. And even if it does matter, you can still make a pretty good choice that does the least damage to your board and the most damage to your opponent. I just don't see how you lose the game when you cast this. The problem is actually casting it, but I think that will be challenging enough that it's held to number 3 on this list instead of being even higher. At number 2, I have Anti-Causal Vestige, the only Eldrazi in the set, and it's one of the biggest bombs. It's a 6 mana 7/5, and when it leaves the battlefield, you draw a card. Then you may put a permanent card with mana value less than or equal to the number of lands you control from your hand onto the battlefield, and it has Warp for 4 generic. So this is a leave the battlefield trigger as opposed to an enters one, but Warp will have it leave the battlefield. And so if you warp this, you get a 7/5 in play. Maybe it helps you station one of your spacecraft, which it can do a really good job of with 7 power. Then it leaves, then you get to draw a card, and you get to put something on the battlefield, which most of the time will mean you get to put something on the table. You're not usually going to do something completely insane. It's fun to imagine situations where you put something completely broken on the table. But even if all you're doing is putting like a 2 mana 2/2 on the table with this from your hand, that's going to feel really good because you also drew a card and maybe you stationed a spacecraft. And of course, a couple turns later, it comes back, and it doesn't do it immediately, but if it ever leaves the battlefield again, you get the trigger again. So this ultimately generates a 3-for-1, and usually even the warp mode will allow you to add to the board. If nothing else, it can at least help you ramp in most cases. This just gives you way too much value for a very efficient cost while filling 2 slots on your curve really effectively. But there is one card that I think is even better, and that is Quantum Riddler at number 1. It's 3 generic and 2 blue for a 4/6 flyer. When it enters, draw a card. You could stop right there, and this would probably be like number 10 on this list because that is a really good 2-for-1 up front on a scary flying creature. It would be on this list. But then it has all this other stuff. First of all, as long as you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, if you would draw 1 or more cards, you draw that many cards plus 1 instead. So even at your draw step, if you have 1 or fewer cards, you just get to draw 2 now. That's great. Also has Warp, so you can pay 1 generic and a blue early, get this 4/6 on the battlefield and draw a card. It's not a permanent presence, but you do get to draw a card immediately. If you get it a little bit later, maybe it helps you with a spacecraft and then it goes away, then you can cast again and draw another card. So it starts as a 3-for-1, assuming you have the time to warp it and then cast it, and it might be even more than that if you either warp it or cast it when you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, because then you're going to draw 2 cards. So this just draws you a ton of cards, and it's a scary flying threat all on its own. It's incredibly efficient. It's another one of these cards that fills 2 slots on your curve in a really effective way. It's hard not to think that this is the biggest bomb in the set just because it draws you so many cards. So those are my picks for the 10 biggest bombs in Edge of Eternities. If you want to own any of these cards, because most of them are going to be pretty sweet in 60 card and 100 card formats too, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on past videos, including my set review for this entire set, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Neetsahone, and it's Saturday. That means it's time for Neetsa Notes, my weekly vlog series about limited Magic. We are in the very early stages of the new format, Edge of Eternities. As usual, the first video, like after my set review for a set completes, the first Neetsa Notes video, is sort of a Cliff's Notes where I give you my best commons and uncommons for each color. Sort of a quicker way to get an overview of the format than watching the hours and hours of set review video that is out there. But if you do want to know my thoughts about all those cards, that playlist is available. I've drafted about 5 times already thanks to the early access event, and there is one card on this list that has moved up for me, but for the most part, the things we're going to see here are the same as they were in the set review in terms of where cards rank, as at this point it's too early for me to say, well, I was wrong about this. We don't have data at this point for me to really unequivocally say that about anything. So instead, this is just going to be me going through my best commons and uncommons for each color. As usual, let's start with white. I think white's third best common is Auxiliary Boosters. This card has a really decent rate. Like, we see 5 mana 3/4 flyer with upside be pretty decent, like one that puts a +1/+1 counter on something, for example. Be a pretty decent card in most limited formats. And I think this has even more upside than that does. Now, it doesn't generate typically that value immediately, but it kind of does, because it brings a body into play, equips itself to it. You've got 2 permanents. If your opponent kills a token, you still have the equipment. If your opponent kills the equipment, you still have the token. If the token ever goes down, you can equip it to something else for a surprisingly reasonable cost for limited. Like, paying 3 generic for that is a super good deal, especially in the late game, and it's the kind of buff that can make anything pretty threatening. Throw in the fact it gives you 2 artifacts and 2 permanents, and it overlaps into being good in lots of different decks in the format. Also, it's like the premier thing to grab with the 2 mana 1/1 uncommon guy who can tutor up equipment. Grabbing this at instant speed sometimes is pretty sweet. So, that's an extra bonus point that it gets. And I do think it's white's third best common. I think white's second best common is Banishing Light. This is a card we see all the time. It's not as premium as it once was. There once was a time where this would have easily been white's best common instead of being second and not being that far ahead of Auxiliary Boosters, to be honest. And Auxiliary Boosters is an example of why. Banishing Light, not good against that card, because you get 2 permanents. Your opponent isn't going to be able to answer it entirely with Banishing Light. But there are still enough things out there that this does answer, and it's flexible, it exiles. These are all things that are nice. It's not as amazing as it used to be, but Banishing Light is still a pretty good card overall. And I think it's probably white's best removal spell at common. We always get a white removal spell these days that does damage equal to the number of creatures or whatever. And that card's fine, but those cards never really end up in the conversation for best commons, or like being really good cards, because they are situational enough. Sometimes you can spend 1 mana or whatever on Focus Fire and get a really great deal, but it's conditional enough, it needs enough bodies, etc., that it's not amazing. Banishing Light is far less conditional, and it's still a pretty good card. But I do think there's one white common that's better, and that's Night Luminary. So, as I said in the set review, if you spend 4 mana on this to get a 3/2 and a 1/1, that would be a solid card in limited. It might be the third best common still. It might still be in this list. Maybe it'd be like 4th, but it would be pretty good. But it's way better than that, thanks to Warp, which gives you all kinds of bonuses. Not only do you get that Inner's Trigger, so you end up getting 2 tokens out of this in the end if you do have the time to warp it or, do it on turn 2. But that's part of the benefit too. A card like this fills 2 points on your curve. If you have this in your opening hand, you don't have a 2-drop, you do have a 2-drop, right? It's not the most exciting 2-drop, but you have one, and it works pretty nicely there. Then you play it on 4, that feels good too. Throw in the fact also that warp works pretty nicely with stationing spacecraft. You know, you can get a 3-power thing on board to station a spacecraft a little bit ahead of schedule here. And then throw in the fact that both black, white, and red, white are pretty good at going wide and can take advantage of all of those, the 2 tokens it makes, plus the other body really effectively. And you're in really good shape with Night Luminary. It's just a very efficient card. White's best uncommon. This one was close for me. I do think Starfield Shepherd is great. Every time I've played that card, it's felt amazing. I had a deck during early access where I could tutor up Rust Harvester, that 1 red mana 1/1 who can exile artifacts from your graveyard and turn them into burn spells and counters, and that was pretty gross. But even just grabbing, you know, not a rare 1 mana card, just grabbing a plains with it when you warp it is good. Same upside the other warp cards have, and then you cast it again later, and you can get potentially a 3-for-1 here. And I do like that upside, but I think All Fate's Stalker is ultimately the best uncommon for me. It usually is when we have a Banisher Priest-like creature that can come in and exile something. It's already really good. Like, if this didn't have warp, I might still consider... I'd probably put the Shepherd ahead of it, I guess. But with warp, it gets even better, because not only can you use it still to exile your opponent's thing so that you can get a blocker out of the way, right? You can also use it to blink your own thing for value. You can also use it to blink a token, to remove it entirely. There are so many things you can do with this just off of warp that it's amazing, and then later it just turns into Banisher Priest. So, which is a great card. Add to the board, take away from your opponents. It's how you win a lot of games of Limited, and this card is an all-in-one card that can do it. Let's move now to blue, where I think the 3rd best common is Self-Craft Mechan. So, this starts out as a 4-mana 3/4. That's not amazing, but it is actually a solid stat line in Limited. I mean, obviously 4-mana 4/4 would be better, but 4-mana 3/4, you're sort of at a point where you're okay with it. I mean, it would need to have abilities. Luckily, this does. But higher toughness in Limited is often better because it puts it out of range out of super cheap removal. And this certainly does, especially if you can take advantage of the... This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Neatsahone, and earlier today the entire card gallery for Edge of Eternities dropped, and that means it's time to start my limited set review. Over the next several days, I'll give my thoughts on every single card in the set and how I think they'll perform in the limited format, and we're starting with a look at the multicolored and colorless cards. This is always a fun place to start because multicolored cards tend to introduce us to the format's 2 color archetypes, and they also tend to be some of the most powerful cards in the set. For each of these cards, I'll discuss how I think they'll perform in Limited, that means draft and sealed, and I'll punctuate each evaluation with a letter grade. If you're new to my set reviews and unsure of what my letter grades mean, you can find a guide in the description for this video. There are some important things to keep in mind as I review these cards. First, because we're only talking about draft and sealed, I'm only going to be talking about cards that can be found in play boosters. This set, like most, has lots of supplementary products that have cards that won't be showing up in play boosters, like cards from the commander decks. So if there's a card that you think is missing from this video, it's probably not in play boosters. There is a bonus sheet and special guests in play boosters this time around, but I'll be looking at those in their own video. These are also, of course, my evaluations of these cards before it's possible to play this new limited format, since the goal is to have my set review done in time for the pre-release, and that of course means I'm going to be wrong about some stuff, but as the format comes into focus, I'll be doing videos where I discuss how things have panned out. Also, I want to let you know that there are some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. You get access to my ongoing set notes during preview season, and you'll also get a spreadsheet with all of my grades once the set review is complete. If those perks interest you, check out the description where you can find out how to support the channel using one of those methods. Alright, without further ado, let's dive in with a look at the multicolored and colorless cards in Final Fantasy. So let's get started with the colorless non-artifacts. That means we're beginning with Anti-Causal Vestige, which for 6 generic mana is a 7/5 rare Eldrazi, and when it leaves the battlefield you draw a card, then you may put a permanent card with mana value less than or equal to the number of lands you control from your hand onto the battlefield tapped, and it has Warp for 4 generic. This is a new mechanic in the set, and it means you can cast this for that cost, but if you cast it that way, you exile it at the beginning of the next instep, but then you can cast it from exile on a later turn. So basically you can choose to pay 4 generic here, to get this down briefly, which will give you the leave the battlefield trigger when it leaves the battlefield because of warp. It also works with a couple of other mechanics in the set like Station and Void, which we'll see later on in this video. But the big deal here is that you can cast this for 4 generic, get this trigger, and then later play it again, get your 6 mana 7/5, and then when it dies, you're going to get the trigger again. So warping this won't always let you do something super meaningful other than draw a card in limited, but it will sometimes, especially when you warp it for 4. This looks really good to me overall. So a lot of the time you don't have a card in your hand to put into play with this kind of effect, but because this also draws you a card, it increases the chances of that happening. And if you really do warp this on turn 4, there's a pretty good chance you end up getting to draw a card and put a creature of some kind on the battlefield. It's a little less likely that you'll actually take advantage of the trigger when you cast it later, but if the card you draw with the trigger happens to be a creature or something else meaningful, you can put it directly on the battlefield. And it does this with lands too. That's just not particularly exciting overall, especially on turn 6. But yeah, we have potential here for 3-for-1 value because when things go right, you're going to get the trigger twice and you get a 6 mana 7/5 body that your opponent can't really ignore. So this looks like a bomb to me. I'm giving it an A. Next up, it's Tezzeret Cruel Captain, which for 3 generic is a legendary Planeswalker Tezzeret at Mythic Rare. Starts with 4 loyalty, and whenever an artifact you control enters, you put a loyalty counter on Tezzeret. He's got a 0 that untaps target artifact or creature. If it's an artifact creature, put a +1/+1 counter on it. He's got a -3 that says search your library for an artifact card with mana value 1 or less, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. And he has a -7 that gives you an emblem with at the beginning of combat on your turn, put 3 +1/+1 counters on target artifact you control. If it's not a creature, it becomes a 0/0 robot artifact creature. Being able to raise his loyalty just by playing artifacts is nice, and it also means that his -3 kind of gives you back a loyalty since you grab an artifact. He's also really cheap and really easy to cast, but I do think he has some problems in limited, including the fact that he doesn't really have a removal mode, has only a kind of narrow way to protect himself by untapping something, and his -3 is highly restrictive. A lot of limited decks aren't going to have very many targets for it. This set definitely has artifacts, but overall, Tezzeret doesn't feel like a planeswalker that's going to go wild in limited. His effects are too small and not good at helping him stay around or impact the board in a super meaningful way. He definitely needs a build around grade because I think he just won't be good in your typical deck in the format. He'll be like a D. I mean, most decks in the format will have enough artifacts that he's not an F, but if he had like 10 or more artifacts, I could see him reaching the B- level. Next up, it's Alfariel, Dreaming Acolyte, which for 1 generic, a blue and a black, is a 2/3 legendary human cleric at uncommon. When it enters, you draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact card, and during your turn, it has Death Touch. So even without the artifact clause, I'm in on a 3 mana 2/3 that loots twice. That lets you dig deeper into your deck and see lots of cards while also loading the graveyard for value, which is what the blue-black deck wants to be doing in the format. And he's almost always going to be a relevant attacker too because of Death Touch. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Biomechan Engineer, which for a green and a blue is a 2/2 Insect Artificer at uncommon. When it enters, you create a Lander token. This is a new type of token in the set. It's an artifact with 2 generic, tap, sacrifice. Search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. And you can pay 8 generic and draw 2 cards and create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. So I'm already really in on a 2 mana 2/2 that makes a Lander token when it enters. These Lander tokens are going to be pretty good. When's the last time we saw an artifact token that didn't end up being a really great part of whatever limited format it was a part of? And this isn't going to be one that flops because it just does so much stuff. This format cares about artifacts. This format has landfall in it. This format has sacrifice decks. So it's going to overlap into synergy, in addition to the fact that just having one of these tokens, which generates mana, ramps your mana, and fixes your mana, that's already pretty good, but it's going to be even better because of some stuff going on in the set. So this helps you ramp and fix your mana while helping you with other synergies with that Lander token, and then later in the game, you're going to have enough mana, at least in the extreme late game, thanks to Landers and stuff, to use this activated ability, which activating once is often the kind of thing that can just win you a really long game of Magic. So this delivers a ton of value. I'm starting it at a B+, and like, I wouldn't be shocked if it's an A- level uncommon. Next up, it's Biotech Specialist, which for a red and a green is a 1/3 insect scientist at rare. When it enters, you create a lander token. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact, this creature deals 2 damage to target opponent. So another good 2-drop, 2 mana 1/3 that gives you a lander. And in this case, you get to use those landers to generate more than just value for your mana base and stuff, because every time you sacrifice one, you get to do 2 to your opponent. Works with other artifacts too, so this delivers a lot of value up front and has an effect that can grind out some wins, giving it a B+. Next up, it's Cosmogoyf, which for a red and a green is a rare elemental Lurgoyf, and its power is equal to the number of cards you own in exile, and its toughness is equal to that number +1. So the absolute ceiling here is a big vanilla creature, and you have to do some work to make it even reach that ceiling. And by the time you can play this and have it actually be big, it's not going to be that relevant because there will be other big creatures around. It's also an awkward non-bow with the warp mechanic because you ultimately end up casting your warp cards from exile, which will shrink Cosmogoyf. So this is going to be a really inefficient creature early, and then by the time it's big, if it ever gets big, it's not going to be that impressive. I think it's just an F. It's going to be a card that has a minimal impact on the game more often than not. Next up, it's Diadrene Synthesis Amalgam, which for an X, a green, and a white is a 0/0 legendary artifact creature construct at rare. It's got trample. It enters with a number of +1/+1 counters on it equal to the amount of mana spent to cast it. Whenever you attack, you may remove a +1/+1 counter from each of 2 creatures you control. If you do, draw a card and create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. So this is always going to be an efficient trampler. It can be a 2 mana 2/3 or a 3 mana 3/4, and so on, and it scales all game long. Its other ability doesn't allow it to do stuff with the trigger all on its own, since you need counters on 2 different creatures. But when you do have that, which looks doable in green-white, a color pair that's about +1/+1 counters in this format, removing some of those counters to straight up draw cards and get a body is going to feel really good. And it's an attack trigger, so you don't even have to risk Diadrene to get a chance at doing that. So this looks good to me overall. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Gene Morph Imago, which for a green and a blue is a 1/3 insect druid at rare. It's got flying. Whenever a land you control enters, target creature has base power and toughness 3/3 until end of turn. And if you control 6 or more lands, that creature has base power and toughness 6/6 until end of turn instead. So if nothing else, this can buff itself with landfall, meaning if you play this on 2 and then play a land drop on the next turn, which is highly likely, this is going to feel like a 2 mana 3/3 flyer, and that's pretty good. It's going to do a lot of damage in the early game, and because this landfall trigger gets better late, by the time you reach a point in the game where a 3/3 is no longer that exciting, you can just start making things into 6/6s. And oftentimes the Imago is going to be the best thing to buff because of its flying, but you can use it on other stuff too that might have other abilities that make it even better when you change its stats. So this looks really good to me, giving it a B+. Next up, it's Halia Ascendant Cadet, which for 2 generic, a green, and 2 white is a 3/3 legendary human soldier at uncommon. When she enters or attacks, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. And whenever 1 or more creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on them deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. So a 5 mana 3/3, especially with 2 white pips in the cost, is pretty bad, but her enters or attacks trigger does result in you getting something out of her when she comes down, especially if you put the counter somewhere else, which I recommend in most cases, and she can keep on delivering value thereafter. Her combat damage trigger will be available for you the turn she comes down a decent chunk of the time too, since you can put that counter on something else. Like if you put it on a flyer or something else you know can get in, it's going to feel really good because you get to draw a card right away. So she has a pretty bad baseline, but she can snowball value pretty impressively. I'm giving her a B-. Next up, it's Infinite Guideline Station, which for 1 mana of each color is a 7/15 legendary artifact spacecraft at rare. So spacecraft is a new thing in this set, of course, and that means it comes with the station mechanic, which means you can tap another creature you control to put charge counters equal to its power on a spacecraft, and you station only as a sorcery. And then with all of them, once they get enough charge counters, they start doing something. In this case, you get something even before that, because when it enters, you create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token for each multicolored permanent you control. And when it gets to 12 or more charge counters, it's a 7/15 with flying. And when it attacks, you draw a card for each multicolored permanent you control. So most of the time, you're going to pay 1 mana of each color for a 2/2 token up front, and that sounds terrible. It does help you station this, and once you have it stationed, obviously it gets to be a lot stronger. It can win the game in the air and draw you cards. But this set has such a small multicolored theme that it's going to be tough to generate a lot of value with this, and it just being a big flyer is going to be how it feels most of the time. I do think a lot of people are underrating stationing to a certain extent. I think people are thinking like, how am I going to have time to tap my creatures? But there are lots of times in limited games where there are boards where attacking doesn't help you that much, and it's better to put charge counters on a creature like this. And I think these are going to become creatures more frequently than people expect. But this one does worry me in terms of its viability in limited, mana bases, even with lander tokens around, aren't going to be so good that it's easy to cast. And this set doesn't have a preponderance of multicolored cards. The only ones at uncommon are one signpost uncommon in each color pair. So there are 10 at lower rarities, in other words. So you're highly reliant on getting cards that are not going to be cards you see all the time for this to really go off. And I think you need to be getting at least 2 robots out of this to feel good about it. So just getting 1, which is going to be the usual outcome, just isn't going to do it. So yeah, between the difficult casting cost and then like the additional setup it requires to really be worth using, I think all of that just means it's an F in limited. Next up, it's Interceptor Mechan, which for 2 generic, a black, and a red, is a 2/2 artifact creature robot at uncommon. It's got flying, and when it enters, you return target artifact or creature card from your graveyard to your hand, and it has Void, which means you get something else out of this. If a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, or a spell was warped this turn, in this case, you put a +1/+1 counter on this at your end step. 4 mana 2/2 flyers really don't fare well in limited. We've seen that set after set recently. But this one comes with an enters trigger, offsetting that usual problem. That problem being that they can die to multiple 1 mana removal spells in the format. In this case, you don't care too much if they do it because you've got a card back. And while I think stationing is going to be easier than people think, I think triggering Void is going to be harder because this is a mechanic. We've seen a mechanic like it time and time again. Morbid and similar mechanics, Revolt. And they're all way harder to trigger in the window you need to trigger them than it seems. So I'm a little low on Void overall, but this card's already good without Void. And because it has Void, it can actually become a pretty relevant flying body. Like even if you just get 1 counter on this, which I think will be doable, even if it's not automatic, even just getting 1 counter on it though does make it quite good. I'm giving this a B-. Next up, it's Memenon Uthros Exile, which for 1 generic, a blue and a red, is a 1/3 legendary jellyfish advisor at uncommon. It's got flying, and whenever an artifact you control enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. So the baseline here is pretty rough as a 3 mana 1/3, but at least it has more than 2 toughness. And the fact that this counts artifacts entering means it includes basically all the tokens in the format. Lander tokens, drone tokens, robot tokens, and this set has lots of artifacts in general, so I imagine this is going to spit out tons of counters. You can put them on Memenon if that's best. It does have flying, so sometimes it will be. Even just getting 1 counter out of this will feel like you're getting a good deal, and you'll often be able to get a lot more. So I think this looks like a strong signpost uncommon. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Mutinous Massacre.